Tell me when we're recording.
Captain, if you would present a log, please.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we were recording.
Yep.
Okay. Captain's log, stardate 54801.8. The USS Kismet has docked with Starbase G6. We're finally home. We're beginning to offload a large portion of our crew so that they can take shore leave, and we're going to begin crew rotations from G6. Hopefully, a large number of us will be able to secure passage to see home, families, and maybe settle back down to some sense of normalcy. We'll also be loading on cargo bound for SB-21. Once that's done, we will depart, and we will be traveling along a major tradeway, so we don't expect for any negative encounters. There will be a lot of ships in the area, so hopefully all will go well. End log.
And we cut to the briefing room aboard the Kismet as you have just docked, and already many of your crew are beginning to prepare for their movement and transfer.
Great. Oh, hang on, I have to rejoin as a player. There we go.
As per usual.
So you're in the briefing room. The senior staff have actually honestly assembled for the first time in a long time. If anyone says a long road, they will die instantly. Just saying.
We didn't do it this time.
But our time is finally here.
I hate you all.
You are the one that made a My Little Pony reference in my last game.
My Little Tart?
No,
Oops.
no, it was worse than that. It was so much worse than that.
We also need Myth, and I think that's it.
Yeah, Myth would be here.
Yeah.
And of support, there be your senior engineer, which is Vada, who actually
I have
has
to
Oh my
choose.
gosh.
We just want one.
Oh no! She's so tiny.
You don't need two Myths.
No,
She's in her.
She's been working on duplication technology. It's fine.
small droid.
That'd be horrifying. Imagine just 20 little Myths running around.
and your head.
I have the engineering score.
One normal sized myth or 20 tiny myths.
I believe it's
Which would you rather fight?
Well, it depends if it depends if the tiny myths still have the same damage resistance as the normal size myth. I think.
Or if they have the same intelligence level as the normal sized myth.
Well, it's like when you separate, you have to split all the stats down each time. You do
yeah.
round down. So
Myth.
I definitely prefer the little ones.
Kismet.
but yes, you're all in the briefing room with your senior officers of each department, along with of each department. I'm right.
Yeah.
Beyond the captain, who stands above all departments, technically speaking.
Well, that's a stretch.
Well, and the commanding and the XO.
XO, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, where do we stand on? Because we have arrived, correct?
Yep, you're already docking. People are getting ready to go. This is just the briefing before everyone starts taking off their separate ways.
Great. Okay. Well, how are we looking? I know it's been a while since we've been in friendly space.
Well, I look fantastic. I don't know about the ship, though.
My department is taking on several new specialists at this starbase, and a portion, about 13% of my staff, is going on leave.
Very good.
A large portion of my staff is also going on leave, though I can understand why. I'm also going on leave.
Now, will we be getting a crew rotation on to accommodate?
I believe so.
Is that a GM question?
Personnel from this starbase that need passage to 21, probably.
Oh, yay, I get to make a check. It's the kind that I'm actually decent at.
Says
Insight
before he
grade.
whiffs.
Come on, complication.
You stop that.
No.
Momentum.
Well, momentum generated. Gretchen, you look over your pad and you quickly scan it real quick. It does look like you're going to get some rotation to just get fresh crew. But some of the people who are going on leave, they're just going to stay on leave, and then they'll be returned back to. They'll meet back up with you at Starbase 21 by the end of their leave, because you're going to be at Starbase 21 for a little bit.
Mm.
You're only stopping at G1 because that's convenient. If anyone wanted to go on leave to like Earth or Bejor or wherever, it's easier to do that from here than it is all the way down in Starbase 21.
Hmm.
It's a much longer flight. It's the difference between flying to London from New York than it is from flying to London from like Dallas. It's like, I can fly from Dallas. Why would I do that to myself?
I mean, if you live there, you got no choice.
Yeah, exactly.
Fortunately, we all live on a mobile platform.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, that's
So
how that
we can
works.
just get off whenever, really.
Within
Right.
reason. I mean, not when we're at war. Or hope.
Yeah.
Great. Well,
So you won't be undermanned, I'll say that much.
it's been a while, but I think we're finally beginning to approach some sense of normalcy. Because how long has it been since we left Kronos?
I'd have to check the start dates, but it's been a bit for sure.
It's been like a month.
Yeah, I think it's been around a month.
Yeah. So, definitely having a month to settle back into the captain's position and not have any. I mean, yes, we've been going through Klingon space, but nothing really went wrong as we were going through Klingon space. No, like we've kind of had a little time to settle back into the daily groove of just day-to-day ship operations. So, but I definitely think that the crew has earned its shore leave.
Since the last thing we had even close to shore leave was, nope, you're restricted to quarters because you're under investigation.
Don't remind me, please.
Oh,
I mean, you joke, but Penn's last shore leave was Calcut.
Whoa. Well, no. Technically, you were on shore leave when you went to go find the admiral.
Yeah.
On paper.
Yeah, sure.
You went hiking.
You went hiking. Great. Oh, and because that last episode was in the holodeck and everything, does that mean we actually have not dropped? This is when we're dropping off Admiral Ludwinger.
Yep, he's being dropped off here.
Okay.
So I'd probably give a report on how he's doing.
Give me reason, medicine, difficulty of 1, because you've had plenty of time to look over his file and talk to him and stuff.
Everybody cool if I spend 1 for cautious?
I'm not.
Go for
You
it.
just spent Brett
I
instead.
know you're not, Jim.
I mean, you technically don't have to ask.
Yeah, I just like
True.
to. I mean, it's a pool for
polite.
everyone, so I like to
polite,
ask.
Yeah.
Okay. Xenobiology.
Yes.
Hey. Get some momentum back, I think.
You got 3 momentum back. According to the file, it looks like It looks like Ludwinger is. You have to treat him for malnutrition and exposure because he just straight up wasn't being taken care of very well.
Yeah. At
But
least
you
he
know,
wasn't in the bottom
fairly...
of. Yeah, at least they didn't put him in the bottom of the Klingon prison.
Hmm.
Yeah.
He did have a broken right ankle, which that was easily fixed because
Yeah.
you're able to. It's gonna ache for a bit, but that'll go away if he just checks in with a doctor every so often. Like it'll slowly go away. But otherwise, he's fine. He's if anything, mentally, whether or not you share this, mentally he's very annoyed with himself and disappointed. But that's a conversation for his counselor down the road because
Yeah.
he went on he went on a Picard level long reach mission and failed, and someone else had to
Yeah.
rescue him. So he's not in a great mood. But other than that, he's actually
And-
given how bad things were, he came up pretty okay.
Yeah, and that's
And
to say, and that is to say nothing of who had to come save him.
Mm-hmm.
The box.
So,
But on the bright side, like the things that we were supposed to be doing, we succeeded. So that makes it a
Yeah,
little
that's
better.
why it's not. Yeah, that's why it's not like completely terrible for him.
yeah.
But yeah, she'd give Brandon an update that he's doing well, and is mostly recovered from his ordeal.
So where's everyone planning to go on their shore leave?
Well, the Bajoran consulate has requested an audience with me.
Oh,
I have some
congratulations.
business near Bajor as well.
Congratulations, Commander. I understand that that's a something of an honor among Bajorans.
We'll find out.
It sounds as fun as pulling teeth.
Pulling ears. But if you're going that way anyway, Myth, we could go the same ship.
That would be efficient.
And
Efforts looks briefly like she wants to have a discussion with Pind about how he knows about pulling teeth, and then thinks better about it.
And Ifrix, I was going to ask if you would want to join me.
Sure. Do you need the backup?
Not exactly.
Moral
But-
support.
More like you've not gotten off the ship in a while.
I went to Quonos. I got poisoned, but I went
To
there.
a place that won't try to kill you.
Wait, and you're recommending Bajor?
It's my home. It's no longer got Cardassians on it.
More
Or armed Cardassians. No.
Sure.
Then there's some people that should probably like to meet. I'm
Could
not
be
too sure.
a adventure.
Yeah. I'll be sure to grab a particularly fascinating looking rock for you, Captain.
I intend to take lots of pictures.
Well, I hope all three of you have a good time.
Yes.
I will endeavor to do so.
If you want to download the entire database on the region, like you did with Germany, it's the Lonar province of Bajor.
I appreciate the gesture.
In less than an hour, she's going to speak better Bajoran than I do.
I, for one, am going to stay with the ship for the main part. I'm going to take some leave to catch a lecture or two at G6, but I'm staying aboard to catch up on some maintenance. And hopefully, once we get to Starbase 21, I'll be able to log in an extra maintenance cycle there at a proper starbase. We did have some before we entered Klingon space, but with them inspecting us while we were repairing things, that made me have to slow down. So I want to go over everything again.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying you wanted to do it
Yeah, that'll
in
be
depth.
Well,
a lot
Uh,
easier without people breathing.
I
over
don't
it.
see myself going far. I'm thinking of maybe taking a few days on Argelius too, but that's about it.
What's on Argelius too, Captain?
You guys, hang on, let me find it. It's actually a
Please don't say Cations.
no.
That's
No.
Kate planet.
If I had to guess, it's interesting looking rocks.
No, actually, it's
Knowing Grennan, it's some obscure TOS reference.
okay. You know what?
I mean,
It is.
I mean, I knew what it was, but Edwards had to ask.
Oh yeah, and Penn's just taking the piss.
So is murder. So oh, it's this one, right?
Yeah. It is a vacation destination.
Should
It was the
be
ti-
should be fun. I hope you get a chance to relax.
Gonna study law.
Yeah. Well, if Starfleet's track record there is any indicator, Captain Grennan is going to get accused of a murder.
Please don't.
This time he'll actually be guilty.
We just got you out of a case.
Yeah, I did get stabbed for that one, Captain.
Mm.
I got poisoned. You got shot at.
He didn't get shot at.
Yes,
I
he
shot
did.
the person before he could shoot you.
That's true.
He never got a shot off.
Right.
I mean, can we have a week where we're not saving the captain? That would be a holiday.
Yeah, I vote for that.
Here.
I think
Oh,
that
the captain
goes
gets a
also for
vote?
not saving you, Penn.
Also, yeah.
I mean,
Seconded.
I only get in trouble when I'm on leave, so I'm not leaving the ship.
You're not hijacking the ship from a cargo bay.
No, not this time. I've got a project I'm working on, so hopefully I can get some progress done on that.
And the project is strictly legal.
Well,
Well, it sounds like all of us will be out of your hair.
no, it sounds like
Depend on how much I ask.
No, it just depends on whether it eventually gets used or not. But until then, it's strictly theoretical.
Good to know. But I do think that's about all from me, Captain.
Anything else?
I assume by this point we've dealt with the Maquis that are in our.
I think they're
Or
being
we're
handed
in
off
our-
to this.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to be dropped off at the starbase to be processed.
Okay.
That way you don't have to drag them all the way to Starbase 21. There's no need to make you guys have to worry about that. Plus, they
Drags
have the
them
space
far.
for the starfighters. So
I mean, Captain's just happy to have so many cats in the brig, but
We did deliberately put all the vacations in the same room.
I mean, that's why he's going to Argelius too. It's because we've got rid of all of his cats. He needs to cheer himself
Ooh.
up.
Somebody's going.
Uh-oh.
Not
Anyway.
you.
what is happening?
Anyhow, Commander.
Actually, now that you ask, this is something that Efrix probably wants to know. Specialist Sarir is also offloading along with the Cations to speak in their defense.
Oh, okay.
So she's going to be tied up for a little bit, which
And is Sarissa
mechanically
going
wise, she
too?
probably won't show up until she won't be usable till next session because she's tied up
Okay.
dealing with the legal system.
Okay.
Neat. Okay. In which case,
I'll start with
XL, I'll be leaving you to handle the to oversee the personnel transfers.
Oh joy.
God damn it, Pend.
Don't worry, I'll make sure the ship's still here and staffed when you get back.
Very good.
Staff living people, please.
Okay.
I
Let
mean,
me
that's
see.
asking a lot.
Who's in charge when I'm gone? This is Meth, even though she's
What about you, Vox? What are you up to?
I'm gonna wait to take my leave till we get to Starbase 21. There's a new shuttle design that came off the Voyager transmissions. And I want to take a look at what they're building out there. It's gonna be It's gonna be like the Type 9, but it's gonna be a little sleeker and a little more nimble. I like what it looks like on specs, but I kind of want to fly it for myself. They have a prototype at Starbase 21, but I'm hoping to get on the list. I should be on it, but there's a lot of people who want to crack at it.
If you want, I can recommend your name just to better your chances.
I won't say no to that. I'll need all the help I can get. Oops, actually, I have the wrong pips on my neck still. I really gotta put that black one on there.
Yes, Lieutenant.
If I had any piloting ability, I would recommend you, but I do not, so that probably means nothing.
You're a superior officer. She shrugs. That counts for something. It's a character recommendation, if nothing else.
That's fair.
She shrugs, like, that sometimes that works. She doesn't know if it'll work or not because she has a pretty good con. She's like, that probably will work.
We're sort of like, I've flown Impulse Craft, that's it.
Well, depending on how you find the vessel, you'll have to give me a report. I'm interested in ships.
I'll forward it to you, actually, Commander. I think you'll like it. Oh, speaking of, if everyone's flying about, has everyone already arranged for their flights, or do people need me to talk with flight control with G6?
I think Everett, Smith, and myself will need something arranged. Unless Smith has gone ahead and already had something figured out. I wouldn't put that past her.
I have not.
Captain can probably organize his own transport.
Well, luckily as I'm staying here, I don't need to arrange transport. Haha.
like you wouldn't fly yourself, Pend.
True.
Now, do we want to fly our own ship?
So
We
the
also
lower
don't.
difficulty 2 is for getting on a standard like Sydney class ship that goes around doing circuits, and then if you want to no, I want one of your runabouts or one of your shuttles, and I'm flying it to this other location. It's like, oh, or you're taking one of your own and saying, well, I'm taking it for a long journey. Actually, you could. Actually, that's the other thing. You could just take one of the shuttles from the Kismet and fly it out. It just reduces how much shuttle support the Kismet can support. But if you're taking from the station, that affects their shuttle complement, so that's why it's a difficulty roll.
Right. I think I could probably fly a ship. I've got Con 3.
Oh, you've got Con 3, I've got Con 2.
Nope. The only reason why I was able to fly the last time I flew was because Adler was controlling my brain.
Yeah, no, I've got Con 3 and Reason 11 for this role, so
It'd be presence or reason con, because you're basically explaining to the relevant controller, hey, okay, here's the reason why we're using it. No, we're not wasting it. No, we know how to fly it. Here's all the forms.
So probably best take it from the Kismet, because don't we have 4 ships?
We've got extensive hangar bays, yeah.
Yeah, we have extensive.
One from the Kismet, that would be the easier way.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you guys can support 4 times 2, so you can support up to 8
Mhm.
craft.
Yeah, and we could just grab like the Type 8 or. Is the
Or
Type 8
honestly, like we have the advanced ones now. We haven't ever named a runabout, but we probably have 1 or 2.
you
Yep.
have a runabout, yeah.
Sorry, you can support up to scale. Combined scale of 8 is how extensive shuttle bay works. So that would take 2 of your
Right.
scale,
Oh,
which puts you down to 6. Oh no.
oh, speaking of, I would like to have I would like to put in a requisition for a Delta Flyer.
That's what Bucks is
Whenever they're
talking about.
tested.
That's what Bucks is talking about. She's talking about the Delta Flyer and that it's something that they're working on at Starbase 21, and she's trying to. It hasn't been approved for general use yet. That's why she wants to fly it and hopefully try to see if she can organize getting the ship.
Let's
Because,
make a runabout sheet though.
well, because the Delta Flyer is in the Delta Quadrant book now,
Oh,
so
nice.
it has official stats.
I'm just saying narratively, from a GM ruling standpoint, you
don't
can't have it right yet.
We don't actually have a runabout sheet, but I reckon we could take our own runabout, set out, rather than a shuttlecraft because those are
Slower.
and slower.
Actually, I have a runabout sheet sitting in my pocket.
I mean, that's a weird place to keep it, but sure.
It's a pocket ship.
No.
Haha, that's a joke no one's gonna get.
I got it.
Best jokes.
Could you repeat that joke once more for a clean
It's a pocket runabout. It's a pocket ship.
Mhm.
like Bildskal. Fuck. Never mind. I'll come back to it. It's phrase ship. Never mind.
So I'll just put that. And you can't see that. Helps if you can see it.
I mean, do we
So-
still need to roll if we're taking one of our ships?
Oh no! If you're taking one of yours, there's no roll because you're taking from your. It just reduces how much your ship can support.
Please
Very
don't
well.
crash the shuttle.
Yeah, no.
There you go.
Just don't ask efforts to fly it. It'll be fine.
I mean, don't let us both go down.
Although I think, if that happens, I'm not doing my job, so fair. Although I think the time that I was flying with Grinnin, I actually did okay until Grinnin pulled a piece of debris into our windshield.
And then we can just take the long duration mission module because there's only 3 of us anyway.
Ooh,
Unless your task involves picking someone up, but I don't know.
Not to my knowledge.
Oh yes, it's. Oh yes, that's right. I know about that ship. Loki tricked the dwarves into making it as one of the 3 items.
Yeah, we talked about this the other day.
So you're calling up one runabout from the Kismet, which that was
Captain,
for
are you-
people. Was the
are you
captain?
hitching a ride?
No, I can organize my own my own passage to Argelius too.
Please take a pilot. I don't trust you.
No comment.
Very well.
It's not that we don't trust you. It's just that it's a bad idea to send you anywhere on your own without supervision.
All right, I guess I'll have to find a.
We just want you to be safe, Cap.
Oh, ooh, I've got a bad idea, but also a good idea.
Please don't take
Even though he's not here right now, would it be possible to say that I get Joker to pilot me out there?
Cough. It would cost you your crew support, but you could.
I will take that.
There you go.
pilot
If he's-
captain bonding.
Yeah.
Is Grennan taking one of the ships from the Kismet, or are you getting a ship from the station?
I could probably get a ship from the station. Probably not that hard to requisition one.
It's a roll.
Yep, it's a presence or reason plus con roll, difficulty 3.
Okay. I'll definitely take presents.
Yeah. Because either you're filling out all the forms you need, or you're asking people who know what the proper forms are.
Okay. Law focus then?
Yeah, actually.
Sweet. I'll spend a momentum. Presence con. Do we want to quash that?
I mean, do you want to quash that?
Because you also whiffed.
Yeah.
But I'm not flying it myself.
No. Fly it yourself means that you whoever's on that ship is one of your crew. A passage ship is you asking a Sydney class. You're just getting on board a Sydney class, going, yeah, like getting a commercial flight versus getting a private jet. You're basically saying, I want my own shuttle. I want my guy to fly it. Like, oh, we'd rather one of our guys did it, really, but if you want to, here's the extra form that the pilot has to fill out.
Okay, I think I'll quash the complication and whiff. So I guess I'll have to take a shuttle from the ship.
Okay. As they get actually without complications, more of the Joker kind of like, yeah, you probably. They get a little touchy about pilot proficiency exams, and he has to take the latest one that he didn't take apparently, which is your view of the law. It's like it's a technicality. They could just give a brevet, and he's a Starfleet officer. He's a pilot. He's a flight controller.
Well, yeah, and most of his flight experience was as a fighter pilot, not a shuttle pilot.
So their flight controller's like, yeah, I'm not approving this. You're not getting one of our shuttles. But I outrank you. It's my starbase. I don't have to give you my shuttles.
I mean,
like, shoot, you're right.
In the station's defense as well, Joker did crash a shuttle into the Kismet.
Oh yeah,
this is true.
Have you had any crashes within the last certain flight period? Grennan frowns and goes, you know what? I'm just not filling that out. Let's get our own shuttle.
So we'll probably pick up a Type 9.
Okay. Type 9s are decent for a long trek.
Yeah.
It's a really big phaser. What you gonna do with it? Oh.
Because
shuttle.
Because it's just two. Because it's just the two of us.
Just the two. Anyway.
You stop.
So that's the shuttlecraft Byron 2 and the runabout Indus are being deployed.
Oh yeah, the Byron 2.
So I'll actually note.
You haven't used the Byron in a long time.
Have we used the Byron since it got blown up?
Maybe?
Oh.
Oh, Byron, you absolute hot mess of a poet.
Kind of fits the person on the vessel then.
Absolute garbage fire of a man.
Aren't we all? Except for us who aren't, or just regular misses.
I'm an extraordinary mess. You take that back. No.
Okay. If you say so.
I do. You want to fight about it? No.
1v1 me, mother.
But yes, it appears everyone who is going ashore has gotten their shore figured out. Unless there's anything else you're doing at the briefing.
Yeah. I'm good.
So Grennan is going to a certain planet. I should write that down so I don't lose track of it. Oh, it's in the chat too. Good. I almost copied down the link. That would have been silly.
I mean, we've done
Was
worse
it
things.
something bad?
I have. So. And think that's right.
Yep.
Vada
I
and Bux
mean-
look-
Yeah, Vada and Vux are also staying. It's not just him.
well, of the player characters, yeah.
Yeah.
Vada and Vux look to Grenin, waiting for him to ask further questions of the briefing or to dismiss it because he's the senior officer.
Yep. Very well. If there's nothing else of importance, this meeting is dismissed. Everyone enjoy yourselves.
Thank you, Captain.
See you at 21. And I mean the starbase, not when you turn 21.
Oof.
Oof.
That's your commanding officer.
Bridge to Captain Grenin.
Yes.
We have a priority one message from tagged by the Admiralty. Looks to be a biometric call.
Oh, okay. I'll take it in my ready room. Great.
Efric Smith, I think this is our opportunity to run before we're called back for leave.
That seems judicious. Judicious.
Man, words. Am I
Shall
right?
we?
Yeah,
They're hard.
they're hard.
I'll head down to the mess and I'll have the command department just bring me any documents I need to sign.
There's
So-
like 17 pads.
So I'm going
Like
to
all of
my
our
ready
bags
room.
are just outside the ready room. We're like,
So I noom over to my ready room.
Yeah, you walk over to your ready room. You see that there is a on the little computer console, a little part of the surface kind of lifts up and away to expose the biometric, the retinal biometric scanner.
He leans over to it.
A very intense bright light scans your eye, and then it asks another panel that closes. Another panel opens where it requires you to put your thumb down,
Okay, here we go. And he puts his thumb down.
and you feel a very intense, almost like someone takes a tiny needle, a very blunt needle, and just jabs you really hard in the thumb. And
Oh, every time.
it processes for a little bit. You see the Starfleet Command logo. You see the 10th Fleet logo. And it simply says,
Hey, girl.
Oh, it's just text. There's no one, no voice. Uh-oh, I'm not gonna like this. Oh no.
oh no!
Oh no. And Captain just swallows and goes, Yep, okay. He's gonna make a beeline.
The firing squad will meet you there.
Yeah, Pend, come be my backup. He wants to 1v1 me.
Okay.
Wittergast looks around. Oh, I guess it's me.
I'm the
Oh, bless you, Wintergas.
Everyone looks over.
wow.
Oh, I guess you are the senior ensign. Shrugs. I know, right? You know, they really should get into the habit of figuring out who's in command. Don't even try it. We do not want to argue with the command staff. Yeah, you're right. Never mind.
I mean, Pin's
Yeah.
still on the ship.
So I'm
Yeah, but he's
definitely
not on
going, definitely going to docking area 2.
Whoops. It actually should be like this.
Maybe, yeah,
Because you guys gotta board those. And
Hey.
I.
Wait, the actual Athabascan is here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they didn't have to go off to Kronos and mess about for a while. They just went, "Nyum." Off we go.
Oh, does that mean Kiddix around?
Maybe.
Maybe.
He's the one leading the firing squad.
Oh no.
Oh, that's not it. Is it this one? It is, yes. Okay, good.
Yep. Okay.
Cat sounds.
Oh.
That's a purr.
Calm yourself, Grennan.
So Ben's staying with the Kismet. Grenan's going to go aboard the station. You three are going aboard the Indus. Move the barn away a little bit. I'll leave it there. I know what we're talking about. This is just so I don't lose track where everyone is. And G6 is a smaller station because it's older. Two, it's a byway. It's a waypoint station more than it is a full like space dock.
Mm-hmm.
So, Granny, you're walking across the promenade, as it were, of Starbase G6. A variety of Federation citizens and visitors to the Federation. You see some Starfleet officers milling about, and you're kind of walking to the opposite end of the station.
And as much as a hurry he's in, he's taking in as much of this as he can because, God, it has been forever since he last took in this air of just Starfleet normalcy.
Oh, he got to see a starbase back in the Shackleton frontier when he was under investigation. I suppose it's not normal, so.
But yeah, he's gonna make his way to docking area 2.
And waiting at the docking passageway is one Captain Kiddick and one Commander Joan.
Captain Kiddick.
Grennan.
Commander Joan.
Captain?
This, take it this is very important.
Yes, Captain Kiddick was kind enough to give me a lift all the way here to G6.
My pleasure.
Which I may require your services more, Captain, but it'll depend on what Captain Grennan here has to say. He holds out a pad to you. And it's a command red pad with the Starfleet Command logo on the back.
Oh boy.
Thumbprint there, eye at the top, please, sir.
Thumbprint there, eye at the top.
Jab and bright light.
God.
You think they'd
really
upgrade
have to be
at some
that
point.
painful? And he bites his thumb.
Apparently, it gets a better sample size if it delves into the deeper layers of the skin. Shrugs.
Oh, great. Oh. God forbid they have a lesser sample.
Well, they used to do hypo sprays, but that's there were some complaints about privacy and all that sort of stuff. So this was the compromise.
Okay, let's see what we got. And he looks at it. Oh no. Oh no, I've been given a text. I've been given a text doc. This can only be good.
Thankfully for us, Captain, we were able to, between me and Captain Kiddick, we were able to get way ahead of you. I was actually worried we were going to fall behind, but your little sojourn into Kronos actually gave us time to get through the corridor and catch up to you.
Hold on, it's loading.
Well, Kiddick getting to me, rather. Captain.
Waiting for the notepad to open. Notepad not responding.
How did you enjoy the flight through the corridor, Captain Kiddick, by the way? I never did ask.
Well,
Oh, wow. Oh, there's a lot to this.
That's why Sean's chatting. Because he knows you have to read it for a little bit and he can't leave.
Kiddick just glares at Joan a little bit. Meh. Wasn't too interesting.
Mm.
Klingon space was more interesting, but yeah. You know how it is.
I do actually. It was I only had one incident in the corridor on the Sarek. That was a fun time.
How were your stay at the Salamander, by the way? I never
What-
asked you.
Was a good flight. Unfortunately, they got tied up with me, ferrying me around when I was at the court takes. I had to go from Earth back to ESD, back to Earth, back to ESD. It was I wanted the trial to move to Ryza, but I couldn't get them to move it. Shrugs.
A classic diplomatic mission then.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing they're not used to.
Yeah, they were very helpful with that, actually. I was
How's
able
the
to
new
ask
captain?
the commander for quite a bit of help.
Of course. How's the new captain faring?
Well, they have a lot ahead of them. They're due for a refit, I think. So, but not at ESD, at Jupiter. Actually, they seem to be moving them off to Andoria to be refit. I'm not sure why, but Utopia Phoenicia is plenty fine for that.
Of course. But Jupiter Station?
I guess a bit overkill for Miranda.
Perhaps. It is
How
a-
accurate is the intelligence in this?
It's as accurate as we can get given given the Azalon conspiracy.
Right. Okay. Nope, that's fair. He runs his hand through his hair. Okay. So, and he looks back up at them and says, "So I should probably cancel my shore leave on Argelius too."
I would advise that, although you'll want to make it as subtle as possible. We're trying to keep this as low key as possible. Even Captain Kiddick here hasn't been briefed because, well, less people who know, the better.
Okay, great. Don't worry, I'll come up with a convincing enough cover story.
And actually, by sheer coincidence, the Athabascan happens to be taking some supplies there as well. And that's at that point he produces another pad and hands it to you, Captain Kiddick.
Jeez. Fine.
Our intelligence officer is being extra careful these days. Sorry. And Kiddick, when you look over the pad, it's when you were the Athabascan for the last 2 weeks has been kind of getting to enjoy a bit of shore leave out of G6. But now these orders are calling all people back to the Athabascan to do a cargo run to Starbase 21 and to await further orders there.
Cool. Is this immediate orders, or do they have some time to pick their things up?
They have some time to pick their things up, so it's within reason. Jones says then. So as soon as they are able, because it's a cargo mission. But
Well, under the circumstances, I'm definitely going to be looping my XO in on this. Some of this falls right into his wheelhouse.
Given the commander's current status within certain arms of Starfleet, I would not advise you to do that, Captain. I can't order you to, he shrugs, but I would not advise it.
Okay, I will take that under advisement.
I'm sure you will, Captain. As for the rest of your crew, they can continue as normal. I'll make sure to arrange things from here. That's part of why I had to be here to meet you. To make sure we weren't short anybody.
So, on a slightly unrelated topic, how are things looking for the Admiral?
She's doing quite well.
The other Admiral.
I'm sorry, sir, you're going to have to specify.
Ludwinger?
He's in the medical bay now. Seems to be still... He's getting some extra treatment, I've been told. I'm not sure if he's being reassigned or not. I don't even know if he's staying with the 10th, honestly.
And he nods. Okay, I just thought I'd ask.
Captain, would you like? I get the feeling that you may have a certain conversation with a certain commander in the near future, so I have a suggestion for you if you would like, sir.
Yes.
Um, I am highly advised to tell you that you are not to speak with this with Commander Pend. However, if you wish to speak with Captain Kiddick on this matter, as you're both commanding officers and you happen to be heading the same way, then it is at your mutual discretion. If someone happens to be present attending to the ship-to-ship meeting. Just that's the closest I can get you without you crossing a certain directive and attracting attention you don't want anymore, Grennan. Sir.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, of course, Captain Kiddick, I obviously can't order you.
Of course. Your place or mine, Grennan?
Well, I haven't had a chance to see the Athabascan yet. You've seen the Kismet in all her glory. I want to take a look at your new command.
It's a little bit more Spartan than the Salamander was, but I think you'll find it to your liking.
Yes, I'm as I said, I'd very much like to see how you're doing for yourself.
Well, the staff room in 4 hours then the crew should
Yes,
be aboard and
I have to cancel my shore leave, so I'll be about shortly.
Oh, don't worry, Captain. Already done.
Thank you.
You might want to take a stroll around the promenade, though.
Oh,
It's quite
absolutely. That is absolutely absolutely in the cards for me.
Go for it. I'll be returning to my ship. Commander,
Just
Captain.
cancel the shit. I'm sure Joker goes somewhere.
Hope
Captains,
for-
if either of you need me, I'll be in the Admiralty auxiliary quarters here.
Oh boy.
So Kiddick heads back. Basically, Kiddick, you can just turn around and head, because that dock is literally the dock to your ship.
Oh boy. This is
Where does Grennan head off to?
as I said, I'll probably hang around the promenade. I haven't Grennan hasn't decided how he wants to broach any of the topics in this massive text block to Pend. So he'll
Every time I get leave, you bastards keep giving me something.
Not my fault.
Oh no.
Yeah, we left you.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, no. There are a couple things in this document that Grennan finds very concerning. Like, there are a couple of things in here that would be like instant hop to attention moments. And there are multiple of them. So
Vacation home
Ooh.
was under attack.
great. That I'm gonna get from both sides. Awesome. What is that myth? Malope? What is that?
She's a South African poet, born in like the late 50s.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah.
So
We check in with the runabout Indus as you're all piling in, as it has been outfitted with a long-term mission module. So the three of you are led to the runabout, shown if you're taking anything beyond just what you can carry on your own, you easily can get junior or enlisted command staff to kind of an operation staff to cart the stuff in.
You're the expert. Varder, do we need anything special?
For Bajor? Hell, I can't even remember if I'm supposed to bring a gift when we get in the consulate. I really don't think so. I don't remember. I don't think you shouldn't. If it's a normally habitable planet, maybe a little bit cold for you. I forget what your homeworld's like in terms of temperature. Myth will be fine.
Bajor's pretty temperate, isn't it?
It's an M-class planet, so it has a variety of zones, like a temperate zone and Arctic zone. Most of it's fairly warm.
Yeah, it's mostly
No, it's not warm, but
temperate and tropical, I think. From what we're
temperate
showing.
and cool.
Temperate and cool, yeah. They don't like heat. Bajorans don't like heat, remember?
Yeah. But it's not like cold. It's no Andor by any stretch.
No. But we've been on a lot warmer planets, so he's just like, yeah.
Actually, I have no idea what the temperature on Denovos is like.
Unless you particularly want some reinforcements for your earlobes.
I believe the structural systems of my earlobes should be sufficient.
That was sarcastic.
Ah. My apologies. I've been working on my social interaction subroutines. However, there are still gaps.
Glad to have you along, Myth. But I don't think we'll need anything particularly. I guess extra food if we have to walk around looking for a church. That's what I've got to do anyway. After meeting with the counselor.
I mean, we can probably pick up rations in the city, right?
Yeah, no, we can also do that there. So really, we've got nothing we particularly need extra here.
Myth will be bringing some engineering supplies, but
I've got my doctor's kit, but yeah.
Yeah, of the engineering supplies, normally would be an opportunity cost, but because you're not in any particular rush and you have all the time in the world to get ready to go, you're able to gather it together fairly quickly.
I probably have like a stack of medical journals that I need to get caught up on.
Any civilian clothes you want, I suppose.
That's true. Yeah, probably wear civilian stuff most of the time.
Doctor, give me insight, medicine, or command difficulty up 2 as you kind of quickly glance over your some of the notes you've been given from Starfleet Medical.
Oh, geez, I wonder which one I'm going to pick. Medical technology?
I'll
Probably
take it.
not. Oh,
I'll
okay.
take
Hey.
Here we go.
You're aware, looking through them, as you're kind of trying to choose which ones would be relevant to even read on your trip, because some of them are like boilerplate, like the stuff that's either of no interest to you or beyond the scope of your ability to. It's beyond your specialties, so it's like, I could read this, but there's no real point. I'm not gonna understand half of it. I know the anatomy bits. Oh, that's a new word. That's a new word. That's also new. Is that Vulcan or Endorian? I can't tell. You know what? Never mind. I'm gonna read something else.
Too much work for shore leave.
Yeah. You are aware that Dr. Massili is currently at DS9 and has made a request to speak with you at your earliest convenience.
Oh. Well,
And that's
good thing
kind
we're
of been in
gonna
the
be-
pipeline for a little bit.
Yeah. Gonna be close. Hey, would you guys mind making a brief stop at DS9? Since we're gonna be not too far away?
Yeah, I mean, from here, I think Deep Space Nine is before Bajor, so. And from
Indeed.
Deep Space Nine to Bajor is like what, an hour at most?
I think it's 3 hours in a runabout. I've been binge watching DS9.
3 hours. Yeah, that's right.
Yay, Deep Space Nine episode.
Well, we can go
Yeah.
to Deep Space Nine first. I don't know where your thing was, Myth, but we'll figure that out as well.
I still have to determine the precise location. I only know the general coordinates. I will be
Oh.
constructing, or rather reconstructing, something along our trip to determine precisely where I need to go.
Right.
Oh, that seems like fun.
I should probably look up the counselor's name. Yeah, that might be useful to know. Formal stuff.
Always a good time.
I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to show up in a Starfleet uniform, but you never know either.
Now that I don't think I can help you with.
Nope.
I can attempt to consult precedent.
See if there's a precedent for what you should
Oh,
wear.
right, yes. I'll just go in uniform, it should be fine.
Very well.
But I will look up his name. Like, on a pad, like, who's this guy? I gotta start worrying about who politicians are now, damn it.
Mm-hmm. Looking him up will be a reason, con, or command, difficulty 2. 1. It's the counselor you're meeting with, so that's actually fairly well-known information.
Okay.
But you still have to look up, like, is this the right guy? Because there's multiple people who are counselors, but then there's the Federation Council member.
Yeah, it's I've got a 14. I don't even know what kind of complication you could have for this. Like,
You find his identical twin.
You research a different person with the same name. You accidentally read the space Facebook.
I'm not even trying to look up any information about the guy. I literally just want his name.
I have the name. There's like 5 people with that name. Oh,
It's the
on
equivalent of-
Bajor. Oh,
Well, I mean,
It's
there's only
Bajor
one
and
with the
John Smith.
counselor, right?
I was just going to make that joke.
Yeah, okay.
Excuse me.
and the complication is, you remember this person. You two were part of different cells back in the day, and you shot at each other at one point. It was not a fun time.
Is it he or she?
It is a she, I believe. Is that what I?
Okay. Why did we shoot at each other?
You both were both your cells had different objectives. One cell or the other, whether it's yours or theirs, you can call. But one of them was going to go far more extreme than the other, and one tried to stop the other with force. And then it turned into, instead of fighting the Cardassians, it turned into Bajor and a shootout. Few people got hurt, no one died, thankfully. But yeah, there's some bad blood between your cell and this person's, and that shows.
She's the counselor? Oh. Okay.
Hey, listen. Lots of people did not great stuff in the war.
And some people are better at politics than others.
I know.
This person has a higher con score than you. Go figure.
Got a 2, that's not exactly difficult. Got a higher security. I probably shot her.
Probably.
Great.
Reasons why they're probably not a huge fan of you either, so.
If I shot them, they wouldn't remember it. Probably. If they saw it coming. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I barely remember.
Yeah, exactly. You only remember now because you're like, I know that name. That was, yeah, that happened. So, yep, you're gathered up at the shuttle. You've looked up the name.
Yeah, no, we shouldn't run into any trouble. Because the monkey's gone. The Cardassians aren't exactly a problem. The Dominion's not exactly a problem. Yeah. Basic survival stuff's on the ship anyway. We can get food on the planet. We really don't need to get anything special with us.
Does the runabout have replicators?
It would, yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Just double checking.
I'm remembering Wayoon eating pizza from a replicator on a shuttle, so... on a runabout, rather. He ate it with a fork.
So sometimes it's too hot for hands. Alright, I guess we're ready then.
Yep, let's get our call set and go
Shut up.
before someone finds out an excuse to, call us back.
So you board the Annie Sage. This is bridge to Runabout Annie Sage.
This is
Angie Sage, sorry.
This is Angie Sage. Go ahead.
We have gotten clearance from station control and we're ready for you to leave at your leisure.
Thank you, Bridge. We'll be leaving momentarily.
Safe travels. Be sure to bring back souvenirs.
Yeah. We'll find something pretty. Annie
All right,
Sage.
Lieutenant Commander. Bridge out.
All right. Let's get a course and get underway.
Affirmative. Plotting course.
There's one non-con officer to another non-con officer.
Well, technically, to plot a course, it's reason con.
Oh, the course, the how to get there is the easy part. It's already in their file because it's a known destination.
No.
Div 0. I'll roll that.
Man,
They're
you're going
telling-
from one. I just realized you're going from one side of the Federation to the exact opposite side of the Federation.
Oh well.
Well, actually, to give you an idea where you are, you're here.
Oh, okay. They're not that bad.
It basically came up. This. Whoops, that's not right. No snapping. Came up this way and then over this way.
Actually, with the current situation with the Cardassians, which is, I believe, they're a protectorate, we can
Yep.
just, right
Cut
through.
Yeah. You're looking to sector flight at warp. Not terrible. It's a runabout. I think
Warp
you can
not
get to-
terrible.
Warp not terrible.
Or terrible.
I did like that one.
See, I thought we were like here.
Sorry, where? Oh, yeah, no. That's a proper star, for one. And that starbase has its own problems. It's almost like a super alien nearly killed everyone aboard, and the Vision's there trying to put it back together again.
Wait a second.
Oh, is that what happened with Tershkova? Starbase?
Yeah.
The
Tenchi.
bad crystal man was there.
Tereshkova before the Tenchi. Tenchi and
The Tershkova didn't even deal with it. It was the
Vision.
The what? The Vision.
Yeah.
Oh, it was the Vision that we?
Yep.
Oh, so they're still there.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Now the Baskin had to pass through going, well, we can't stop here. Guess we keep going. Vision's okay. Just keep going, guys. This station's completely useless right now.
Literally everyone is dead.
We're kind of keeping things. There's people here, but I wouldn't stop here if you don't have a reason to be here. Where in heaven's name? Oh, it's right. It's Danube class, right? I'm smart.
Yeah, Runabout's like a super class of ships.
Max cruise 5, max rated 5.2 for 12 hours.
Right, so we're traveling at 5 probably.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
like,
not in a super big hurry.
Well, but warp 5 is really slow.
That's as fast as the NX class could go. The NX Enterprise.
Yeah.
That was its max speed.
Oh, that was warp 5 on the old scale. Warp 5
Oh yeah, that's right. It was on the
G
older
scale's
scale.
A bit quicker.
Yeah.
Oh god, this thing can outrun the Enterprise.
Yeah.
The NX Enterprise.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, T word for the 1920
Yeah.
today.
It could probably beat the Enterprise in a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Like,
mean,
wait, we get a breach on 4 hits, not 5. Yeah, because you're an older ship. No, we don't have shields. We just have polarized hull plating.
yeah. They don't have shields.
And we've got a Varg.
Yeah, you're looking at warp 5, assuming no one gives you a tow or a lift to help you go faster. Which, in Federation space proper, that's something that could happen. It would take you on your own 2 months,
Oh, jeez.
2.5 months. at
So
warp
we're
5.
So what we're
Probably don't
probably
have
doing is we're
that
probably like
much
station
time.
hopping. Then we're probably like plotting a course to a starbase that then has like a tow to another starbase or something.
Yeah, probably.
And when someone veers away, you're like, "Cool, thanks for the lift," and we'll catch up with this other ship that's also getting there. So
Yeah, because like people travel across Federation space in shuttles and runabouts, and it doesn't take them years.
yeah,
There's
as
a
long as
system.
you're within Federation proper, you can usually get a lift from even a Sydney class. Would be like, "Oh, we go a little faster than you do, so we'll give you a lift for a little while till you catch up with, say, the Enterprise or whoever." And it's like, "Yeah, we'll give you a lift. We're not doing anything important."
Yeah, going from G6 to Starbase 211, then you can probably hitch another ride to Starbase 310.
Yeah.
We're probably not going to be able to cross the entire Federation in a week, like for some reason Bashir could do in a runabout
Yeah.
for science conferences all the time.
Yeah, well, in Deep Space Nine, they go from Beige to Earth, like,
So, put you guys back there. If I can find the map, where'd it go? I labeled these two so this wouldn't happen. There it is. Yes. You hit the number. You did. You didn't blow yourself up. You gained momentum. So, away. Whoops. You go. Quick tap on Pen. What are you up to? Yeah, you're looking over some pads and such and checking over the status of the Kismet and such.
Yeah, so I'd be looking over crew transfers, stuff for the ship, and attempting, before 2 captains and a commander ruins my shore leave, to start a project. It would be the design of a ship. I think the admins know exactly what ship I'm talking about.
I have honestly forgotten.
Me too.
It is from memory beta, it is the Achilles.
Oh, hold on. I'll look that up. I know what you're talking about now.
Oh yeah, I think I.
Oh
remember.
yeah, I remember that
It's
being talked about like a few months ago.
Yeah, it's been in a few books and a few games, but it's still a memory beta ship. So I would like to possibly start trying to come up with an Achilles class.
Let's give you a preliminary roll, if you will, because for some mysterious reason you won't be able to engage in an extended task. Go figure.
No.
Reason engineering, difficulty of how much newer is not much newer. It's just okay. I'll call this diff 3 because it's not a ship in service.
Okay.
But it's not so advanced that it's like, oh, you have to invent like a 31st century starship out of your head. Like, oh, that's gonna be a little harder.
Yeah, I'm trying to come up with one that's kind of in our current timeline.
Yeah.
Would you accept the focus of starships, considering I am trying to come up with a starship?
Sure.
Well, screw it. People are going to ruin my leave. I'm going to spend 3 momentum.
Nah, that's fair.
Hmm.
Can I spend determination?
To what value?
I throw out the handbook and I'm writing my own.
Oof.
I will take it, but you're gonna have a complication.
Sure.
Like, I mean in the project, like not in the dice roll. Because you're gonna start going off standard procedure for starship design.
Or
That seems par for the course.
yeah. Or when shit goes wrong, figure it out, but that doesn't really apply here.
Yeah, because nothing's gone wrong yet. You're at the paper stage of ship design.
Yeah, hit 3.
So you make some preliminary. You look over, and actually, it takes you a bit of looking around, and as sort of throughout the handbook moment, you kind of peer at what other people have been doing in this space for strategic heavy cruisers, and you kind of see some ideas that you're kind of. It's like you don't have the access to the full stats, you just to the full specs, but you have a rough. You can make some rough guesses of how, based on silhouette and what the ship's expected to do, and what its mission profile is expected to do. Okay. You have a rough idea. Given some time, you could probably get an extended task going. It's going to be fairly difficult, and it's not even to build the thing. It's just to make it something that could be built.
Yeah, but I
And
thought eventually I'd like to start an extended task.
Yeah. As for looking over the status of the Kismet and such, give me Insight Command difficulty 2.
In a moment when my Roll20 reloads.
Oof.
Yeah, when I was dragging the momentum onto the map, it kind of got stuck and wouldn't delete, so I've had to reload. So was that Command Con? No, Command Presence Con.
I forgot the number now. Civ 2, it's a command roll. Reason or insight command.
They're both the same. Composure, doubt it.
No, because you're basically seeing if there's anything that stands out in the reports.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I'll spend a threat for a reroll. No, I don't see anything.
Yeah, it's you spend a good chunk of your time reading over the reports, and then there's a huge. By the time you get to the bit where you're like, you know what, you're the amount of time you're willing to deal with this on your lunch, as you're relaxing, you're about to head up to the bridge. You kind of want to work on this starship thing, so you hand off the rest to your juniors because you don't have to do it yourself. But unfortunately, you're going to miss it. Your character will not realize something because you didn't see the piece of document. If it was a complication, you would have seen the wrong thing entirely. So good. Check back with Grennan briefly as he's walking around enjoying the promenade and the facilities of Starbase G6.
Mm-hmm. Just gonna sort of take a seat on one of those oddly designed benches. One of those things that the set designers had a freaking ball making.
Mm-hmm.
And people in future and people 10 years later will post funny internet jokes about that one weird bench that Grennan sat on.
Oh God, the bench has a backstory longer than Grennan's.
Yes, it does. I will write it.
Yeah.
What is the person on this storage bench doing?
He's just honestly, he's just sort of. God damn it!
What is
And
the
we're
bench's
done, folks.
stat?
And we're done, folks. Nah, he's just taking it all in. Like, I know it's weird to say he's doing nothing, but he is just taking it all in. He's just wanted to relax in a nice, calm Starfleet environment for a long time. So he's just gonna chill until he's ready to go on onto the Athabascan. Revenge.
So would you like more thinking time, as it were, as the player? Because I can't cut to somebody else while your character sits and ponders.
Well, it's not so much that. It's just that I don't have anything I want to do between now and when I go to meet with Kiddick.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. This is a time where you could have. That's probably what you've been doing for the last while. It's just a matter of whether you are going to meet with Kiddick or if you're going to grab a shuttle and run for your life. Go AWOL. Attempt to assassinate Joan again.
Again. Yeah, no, go to someone else.
Okay. That was the last scene we have with Grennan, as his character is now dead because the bench got him.
It was a mimic.
The GM shuts up.
It was a mimic.
You spend the threat.
I'll spend the threat. Sure, why not? It's a scale 10. No. That'd be
Oh my
bigger
god,
than-
that breaks.
Captain Kiddick, what are you up to aboard the Athabascan?
Captain Kiddick is currently demolishing their ready room / quarters. I have to deal with this spineless bastard again. God fucking damn it. I'm so fucking tired of Captain Goddamn Grennan. I will rip out someone's spine if I don't get a nice cup of coffee and a nice brandy to go with it. I am fuming. It's fine. Fuck it, it's fine.
On the plus side, the
I'll be nice.
Athabascan Engineering Corps gets a lot of practice making, as we've heard, the storied benches and furniture.
We cut to Captain Kiddick exiting the very small holodeck that they have on the Athabascan. Like, I'm calm. Good practice though.
Now for the real thing. No,
No, they're going to go to their quarters and pick out one of the things on their shelves for a nice gift to Grennan when he comes here, because even though you're not a diplomat anymore, you have to be courteous. Mm-hmm. Nice gifts for guests.
this gift just happens to have several pounds of I lost the word. Never mind. Carry on.
Try Cobalt.
There you go. Thank you. Figures the android would know. But yes. You prepare.
Meanwhile, Grennan is going to gift Kiddick with a bench.
Ah, a bench for being a fucking bench.
For being
Nice
benched.
That's a callback to a nice show, by the way.
Teehee. Oh no. Oh, we're good. We're good. We're good. I didn't break anything. Can't prove it. New scene.
Oh no.
Oh,
The GM broke the last scene, so we had to go to a new scene.
why is there a snake?
Snake.
What's a big snake?
It's a big snake.
I'm really glad I didn't give Varder a fear of snakes.
Wait, is Varder piloting right now? Are you having a vision while we're piloting?
He's probably the co-pilot.
No, I think I'm piloting.
This is while he's sleeping.
Why did it have to be snakes?
Oh, this is probably when we're being towed.
Okay.
You're
Ah,
sleeping. Meanwhile, Myth and Efrix are having deep discussions about what friendship is.
Yes.
He's asleep on the ship. That's
For what you can see across the ocean, as you kind of sometimes you dream of the ocean, and it gives you some level of lucid dreaming. So if you feel like looking at something or seeing something in particular, you can. So pleasant memory, a place you kind of want to see, and the ocean can kind of makes it a little more easy for you to focus on that. But this time, when you wake up and you kind of look around the ocean, you see off in the distance on the horizon a massive serpent that dominates. That's the wrong scaling. Boop,
yeah, even bigger. Got it. Yeah. Oh,
Makes Snake bigger.
that
Oh.
dominates the horizon.
it's big enough that if it swallows me whole, I can stand up and shoot it. All right. What is it? Any particular kind of snake, or colorings, or anything like that? Is there anything significant in its appearance that I can
Big.
see? Other than big.
It looks big as a starship. To give you an idea of scale.
Oh.
It seems to have red scales with a dull matte finish of duranium plates, and and then every so often as it roars, its massive jaws open up, and you can see razor sharp teeth glinting from a distance as it whirls and bends and twists on itself. As it seems to be roaring, it seems like it's flying towards something, and it turns away like it's trying to evade being hit, and then it kind of loops in on itself, like it's constantly floating there in the air trying to escape something.
Like it's trying to defend itself.
Let me free. You hear it, a voice reverberate across the ocean.
Okay, let's try and who are you back?
It stops. It's writhing. It turns its head. And its eyes, like black holes, stare at you from across the ocean. Open your mind to me. Unfortunately, you're going to have to give me a fitness plus medicine roll or insight plus medicine roll, depending on whether you're trying to resist this thing entering your mind and just trying to weather, because it basically throws a bunch of images at you that are very overwhelming, because this thing seems to be far older than anything your character can easily comprehend. And it seems to not care that it's overwhelming you. It's just throwing information at you to see what sticks. If you do fitness medicine, you're trying to weather the storm and grab what information you can while you're bracing yourself. If you do insight medicine, you're opening yourself up and trying to see something that's useful to you without being overwhelmed. If you fail, you will likely get if you fail and get a complication, you will likely get badly hurt.
Okay.
If you just fail, you won't get anything. You'll just be confused and see just nonsense.
Complication of what? I mean, not a complication. What difficulty? What?
4.
Oof. Okay. Fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Let me start by using a determination. I mean, I feel like the value of I can feel it in my bones is applicable here.
Yep.
Given they are literally the bones that make me a psionic.
Yes.
And a psionic's focus, I'm going to assume.
Yes.
God. And the thing is, insight medicine's the role I want to make, and it's worse. It's only worse by 1. But my medicine's only a 2. My insight's a 9.
I
So that's
mean,
2 immediate successes. We don't have momentum. You know what? Sure, I'll give you, what would it be, 5 threat and roll 5 challenge dice. With
I'm going to
the
increase the
metal.
complication by 1, 2.
I need to roll the metal first.
Oh, that's true. I might not have this money to spend. You're right. I only get 3 of it, I think.
Yep.
I up complication by 1.
Okay. That is.
Forgot about your darn metal.
I love this metal. Okay. So that's 4 dice, already passing 2. And the
nice.
train.
Oh
The
boy,
train.
starts.
Barter's just becoming like a really competent psychic.
No,
Like slowly but surely.
Yeah.
it's not the development I expected him to make.
But I like it.
You can see the serpent is actually in a space that's. It looks like like almost like a nebula, this massive nebula. But within the nebula are mines upon mine, layers and layers of self-replicating mines that surround it, and it's trying. It flies toward one of the mines to get it to detonate, and it flies away. And the detonation to you as a security officer, that looks like a quantum torpedo explosion. So
Federation.
that's some other tech. The design's wrong, but you recognize the type of explosion because quantum torp technology is known to you.
Oh yeah. I was thinking
Um,
if it's a familiar design, if not, oh well. But if
Yeah.
it isn't, that also lists out a bunch of people that it can't be. So
and it seems to be trying continuously to try to get out. You get a sense that this thing is ancient, hundreds upon thousands of years old, and that it greatly rewards those who trade with it, as it seems to be a powerful and sonic and ancient being. Not quite like Q continuum levels, not quite that old, not quite that powerful, but fairly powerful. But in that, because you made the insight roll instead of fitness, you get a sense that there's something else to this thing. That the things it offers are but figments, nothing but dreams. They last for such a little time. And it really doesn't care about little things like you, like people. It cares about big things like stars and planets and nebulas and black holes.
the kind of thing it'll use someone to get what it wants for the bigger picture.
Yeah.
Which is probably why it's trapped in a minefield right now.
And you can see nearby, off in the distance of the ocean, a starship. Federation class ship. Federation class. A Federation's starship.
Can I attempt to identify it?
Insight con difficulty of 2.
My insight con's the same as my insight medicine.
Oh yeah, the Federation class, the Constitution class with the third warp nacelle slapped to the top.
You know what? I think I'm just going to use my determination off the bat to get this one because I'm not going to. Yeah, I'll use my determination to momentum. I'm assuming, say, more can always be learned as a value for this one.
Yes.
My values are, for some reason, particularly adept at being used with psionics. Okay, I would have passed it anyway. Good job, me. A determination. Train!
Choo
Nice.
choo.
Nice.
I
That
made
would
the
appear. It appears to be an ambassador class.
Ooh.
Any name on it? Or number?
Actually, I'll spend 2 threat to make it so you only see the number. Because you do succeed, but I'll make this a little harder on you.
Okay.
And I'll send you the number. If I can find you in the thing. There you are.
Okay. Okay.
Will you free me? Or shall they? Who shall get my favor?
And what worth is your favor?
I offer knowledge, power, glory, wealth, and all things that mattered, and all things that will matter.
Oh, that's a bit unfortunate that none of that really matters to me. Oh, I would have to ask why you are stuck in such a manner.
I have been trapped by the small and the fearful. I trade with them. They trade with me. I trade with them. They trade with me. And then the trade they felt was no longer to their benefit. Thus I was trapped, left to starve and suffer. You can tell he's not lying at this point. Or at least as far as he's concerned, he's not lying. It's concerned? Who knows?
Did you give them as they asked, or as you interpreted what they asked?
I gave what was equitable in trade, and respected the wise who knew the truth, and taught lessons to those foolish enough to ask beyond themselves.
So those who ask too much don't get what they want.
They always get what they want. For a time.
And what would you do if you were freed?
I would
Seek
feed,
revenge?
thrive, and live. As I was meant to, and will be meant to.
Feed on what?
That which was, and that which will be. That which is great. For only then can my hunger be sated.
I'm not sure if that's malevolent or not. Are you a part of the ocean or are you against it?
It is.
You exist with it, and that is it?
The ocean is.
understand.
You are small. You can spend more momentum to get to kind of ferret out through the memories he threw at you to figure out what he means by that.
Yeah, I think so.
The ocean is a way of connecting things together. So it's, you kind of understand it. It doesn't quite tell you this. You just kind of know this. Like it's in your bones. You kind of know this, that it's a medium that people are. So people can be in the ocean. They can submerge themselves, float on it, be above it, but the ocean just is. That's kind of what he's driving at. So he doesn't.
Okay.
But likewise, people come from the ocean, live in the ocean, so.
Yep. Would your being free hurt what I stand for?
What do you stand for?
The Federation. Which, if you've been inside my head, you should know about.
I care not for little things, only the great.
The Federation spans systems.
Made of tiny things. Consuming an empire does not sate, for it has no place in what was, only what will be. You can see the starship's trying to do something. It starts turning around and starts messing with something in its area, but it's hard to tell because you're kind of seeing a psychic afterimage. You're kind of getting the feeling that you're not seeing exactly what's going on in space.
Yeah. That could be a terrible idea. It could be a fantastic idea. I'm seeing them. I mean, I could try to send a message to them, but that could also kill someone on the ship, and that's a terrible idea. Because I have no idea how far away they are.
It draws closer. It begins to fill the sky with its size. Will you free me?
How would I do that from here?
You have room within you.
Oh.
It's starting to cast a shadow over you as it approaches. As it slithers slowly, but it's hard for it to be too subtle because it's too big. It's hard not to notice any movement from it.
I mean, take your presence inside my body.
You may be small, but you are also that which was. And you can be that which will be.
For some reason, I get the feeling you wouldn't just be a passenger.
You too can be ancient. It seems to tower over you. And the eyes actually seem to appear to be singularities. You can see bits of ocean and mist being sucked into its eyes.
Oh no.
So, plainly, what would happen if I let you go?
We would thrive. We would survive. We would live.
I live anyway. It might be brief to you, but it's still a life.
You persist for the smallest of time. You can instead survive as I do. As I will.
Inside of others. Lingering on, not really yourself. Just surviving.
What is to survive but to thrive?
Living is different to surviving.
Whoops, that's the wrong button. There we go.
I'm about to be squashed, y'all.
It's a good thing that Myth and I don't sleep, so if you start sneezing, we will definitely notice.
Yeah. He's gone. Okay. Oh, never mind.
Yep, there we go.
It dives into the ocean and then rises up out, and
Ooh.
it's a scramble to not let this thing consume you. Opposed, daring
Yes.
plus security.
Determination.
At least I'm good at security.
Is that Ukatoa?
Let me see
Also,
your- yeah,
spending
I
one
do-
threat. This is lethal.
I do feel like a determination might need to be used for the odds will not beat me, I'll beat them. Because I feel like this thing is the epitome of the odds.
This is the epitome of the odds.
It might be the equivalent of fighting that planet psychically.
I would start with a mantra. That's a good way to calm yourself down.
Psionics focus?
Yes.
And it's daring security?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because melee. Right. So
Essentially,
that would be a threat, and my complication goes up. And so instead of giving you 2 threat, I give you the 1, and blah blah blah, because of the
Okay.
bone juice net.
Every time.
What? It's a good net. Okay. Yeah. Fantastic. I got a reroll. Wow, you failed me. Well, that's still 4 successes.
Oh no.
Train! The train is still here, my boy.
Ooh, that's not a great roll.
Oh no.
It becomes Ouroboros as it bites its own tail.
Listen,
I was
it,
just
it,
thinking
it
about
complicates enough that Varder just fully pacifies it.
You did say you wanted a pet.
Yeah, give me a pet giant snake.
that. That's 4 hits versus 4 hits, but it got 2 complications.
Because of its complications, you actually can just wake up out of the ocean. You see an opening to kind of to jump away from it and dive into the ocean to wake up into the regular space. And the second complication is you basically have an extra turn to do something because it's too busy. It overshot you so badly that it's writhing on itself to try to get back to you because you're so tiny it's hard to hit you.
Okay, I've got
You
an
can
extra
feel a
turn.
rush of air go by you as it blasts by you, and it's like a starship trying to eat you.
It's unwieldy.
Yeah,
I've got extra time. I'm in a psychic mindscape. How stupid would it be to try and psychically throw this thing? Probably very stupid, but it's also the very Varder thing to do. I'm going to try and psychically throw this thing.
Determination.
I've got it back.
opposed daring security.
I feel like that determination does indeed need to be used again. Probably also for the odds will not beat me, I'll beat them, because throwing something the size of a starship, even psionically, is still very difficult.
And then
Same raise. Yeah, same raise on threat, so you get 1 threat again. So that's 4 successes again.
you'd also have to spend a momentum. Because you spent a determination, so it's 2.
Yep. So it's either 2 threat or a threat and a momentum.
Not enough to use my bone juice net,
That's true.
Oh,
which I raised my complication for. So that's why it's 1 threat. I got it right.
That's...
I think I'm glad I re-rolled.
That's 6 hits.
Oh no.
That is 6 hits.
That's 6 hits. Oh, and roll your veteran again.
Train? No,
No.
it ends. It finally
Hey,
ends.
that was a good train.
Roll for me 6 challenge dice.
Maybe spend one to reroll.
I think so.
Actually, I need to. Whoops. That's not what I meant to
Did
do.
you just-
Yeet!
There we go.
I will yeet this ancient entity.
You throw it. It is
Well,
now
now
simply
I can-
towering over you instead of actually on top of you.
I'm leaving. I tried.
Actually, how much did you actually even manage to injure it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. To give you an idea, it took 2 stress.
Oh,
Sorry,
no.
I forgot how big it is. It took 1 stress.
Well-
Yikes!
I need a psychic nuke, and I don't have that.
We need to go find our old planet friend.
So
Well, hey,
you run for it,
Yeah.
and you're able to do that because it left a big enough opening that you could escape. So
Yeah.
it writhes and turns, and then its eyes look to the starship in the distance.
Yeah, I gotta look up a number.
Yup.
You will free me? Yes.
Oh no.
New scene. Actually, I cut to the wrong scene. Boop, boop. But it's a new scene anyway, so. Boop, boop. Doot, 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 doot. Oh, I have the wrong sound effects going. Doot, doot, doot.
Just an endless state of stress.
Right.
Varder, you wake up as the NG Sage is approaching DS9.
So really,
Probably.
what makes a friend is
As Barter sits up very quickly and is kind of doing the whole deep breathing thing, like, does the starship number NCC 62139 mean anything to either of you?
I guess I'm
Just a
gonna adjust.
moment.
GM, can you adjust the size of that? Because I can't as a player.
it's perspective.
Very close.
Forced perspective, you know.
Yeah, we're just
Yeah,
more in the
was just
more
flying
in,
into the camera.
Right.
That was its
Jim.
flyby of the camera.
What was that NCC number again?
Yeah, what would that roll be to know that?
NCC 62139.
All right.
Because you could look it up in the computer.
You want to do that one, Myth? Or you
Yeah,
want
I'll take that.
Mm,
You're so bad at these rolls, though.
Yeah, I know it.
uh-oh.
Come on, Runabout. Wait, did I give you access to Runabout? I did. Okay, good. Would have been silly if I didn't.
Was
I
it?
spent so much stress for that thing to attack you, and you got away.
Assisted by computers. Okay.
The 2 complications on it, though, were clutch.
Yeah. So I think you just get it because of your
Yeah,
positronics.
that's my reason. It's just Myth just knows this one.
Unfortunately, I looked up that number. I know what it is.
Spoiler.
That would be the USS Andromeda.
Yup.
You want to share it with the rest of the class?
Well, bluntly, they're in danger from
Cool.
an ancient psionic entity that, yeah, it's weird, strange to explain.
Average Tuesday then. Okay.
Would you like to record a transmission for the Andromeda?
Yeah, sure, worth a shot. If they get it, they get it. Hopefully it's not too late, because they were there. It tried to eat me.
Are you
You were
feeling all
asleep,
right?
Lieutenant Commander.
Sounds like a vision.
Psionically tried to eat me.
Does he seem physically okay?
Yeah, I'm
Yes, surprisingly.
scanning.
Actually, give me reason, medicine, or science. Difficulty of 2.
Okay.
I can tell you for
is he-
free that he doesn't look. There's no obvious signs of trauma.
Like injury, yeah.
You're doing the glowy eye thing, but you know.
Xenobiology.
Yeah.
I'll assist on that one.
How dare you?
That's 2.
Between the two of you, you're able to determine that Varder's bones have a mixture of the sonic compound that is found, indicating that the person it had been performing a psychic event of some variety. The presence of the biochemical just indicates that they were doing something, whether it's telekinesis or pyrokinesis or telepathy, whatever. The chemical just goes off. But the other thing that's present now, that's normal for a psychic anyway. The bit that probably catches your eye, and this is why it was diff 2, this person has a low level of chronoton radiation in their system that is fading.
Interesting, Doctor. Do you note the chronoton radiation?
Yeah, I see it. That's weird.
Okay, what kind of radiation is that?
Chronoton radiation is generally associated with temporal events.
Yeah.
It's not something we've seen in the ocean before.
I don't think so.
Specifically, non-sequential temporal events.
The Andromeda is still in service.
Affirmative.
Yes.
Let's send them a message then. From, yeah, I'm sure their captain will dismiss this out of hand, but sure.
I can attach relevant documentation supporting the possibility of your psionic gathering of information.
Yeah, that might be appreciated, yeah. I don't think we're gonna be able to speak to do we have a location on them?
For a momentum, you can know where they are currently. Basically, you're just looking up their file and seeing where their current deployment is, because they're a 10th Fleet ship.
Yeah, probably worth it, because if
I'll
they're
access that
there, we can
information.
contact them.
And to give you an idea where they are.
We've heard about them. They caused issues. They almost caused issues for us when we were in.
Oh, they're the ones that gave over the Klingon things. Right, they owe us one anyway.
They're way over there. Okay.
We also did them we don't know this, but we did them a solid in helping with the technology.
Yeah, their mission profile is to examine this area of space.
I mean, they're just barely outside Federation space, and the expedition's close, so it's possible to relay a message to them pretty quickly, I would imagine.
I will attempt to route one through whenever you are ready, Lieutenant Commander. Yeah.
Right. But I'll write a thing out as well. That's probably going to be a lot clearer than me speaking, especially immediately after the fact. That was a snake the size of a starship.
Curious.
I threw it.
That
course you did.
seems
Oh, honey, of
Difficult.
course you did.
It wasn't. It tried to eat me. Oh, and then yeah. I'll write out that report, and then we'll route that through with a message.
Or used to not be afraid of snakes.
I'm on leave. I get eaten by a giant snake. Almost. Great.
We'll be arriving at Deep Space Nine in approximately 45 minutes.
Oh, okay. I should have this done in like.
Myth,
5 to
you'll
10
probably want to walk that back. You
Oh,
can
okay.
see DS9 on the out the cockpit window.
We'll be approaching DS9 in 5 minutes.
There you go.
I will probably have the report done by then. I mean, it's
I
not exactly
assume
going
the-
to be a huge, formal, detailed report. It's literally you in danger. More complicated
DS9
than
hailing runabout Angie Sage.
Angie Sage here.
Please state your intentions.
Yeah, what are our intentions again? 3 officers from the Kismet docking, preparing to head to Bajor.
We're meeting someone on the station.
Yes. Dr. Efrix is meeting a colleague on the station.
You may land at Docking Bay 5.
Thank you, DS9 Control.
I should probably actually write this out.
Runabout
You,
Angie Sage
uh,
out.
Oh, and should you want it, because you can do that neat bit of reusing sets, you could have Efrix meet the Doctor on the Hadfield.
Ah.
Assuming that's where the meet's happening. Who knows?
Who wants
bring
to
the-
work
Works
for
for
that?
me.
Assuming it's just the doctor. It's like, I've got nothing to do. I might as well just go with you.
Myth had a couple things she
Keeping
wanted
an
to
eye
do.
on you because you just had a major psychic event that involved temporal bullshit.
Yeah, don't worry. It's fine.
Yeah.
Hey, if you want Varder to get checked out, you could just bring him to the Hadfield.
Just gonna put a leash on
We-
you.
We've got 2 medical specialists and a temporal specialist here.
Yeah, we're,
Yeah, I have a psychiatry focus.
I do not need psychiatry. I'm fine.
Yes, it does need psychiatry.
Hmm.
You look at his medical records. He's never been to one.
I mean, you had to get approved. You had to get.
Your
Good
intake
to be-
exam.
He's never willingly been to one.
There you go. And actually, out of fairness, because
Okay.
Myth was going to work on something on the way, I imagine, during the trip.
Yeah.
I'll give you 6 intervals of an extended task for what you're trying to do, representing just
Alright.
just you tinkering with it during the trip, and some of that being eaten by you having to fly, or at least sit there in the chair and pay attention to what's going on.
You guys want me to try and relay the message with my 12?
It's control engineering difficulty 2, assisted by comms engineering, or if you're doing it the way Penn suggests, it'd be a presence command role instead.
Oh
Assisted
no,
by comms command.
con engineering is better.
Yeah, I can also probably do control engineering because that's happening right now, whereas the other things happening in the past. Because I got a 14 in that.
Okay.
And it's your control.
Yeah.
And at
so I
least
can-
one person can assist because there are 2 consoles on the runabouts.
Yeah, I can help.
Actually,
Well-
I'll note where Miss Silly is because I know where you are. I know where you are. No, that's not very threatening. So I was like, yeah, I'll just roll with it, I guess.
I don't think Everett has ever been to PS9. This is exciting.
Yeah, Myth hasn't either.
All
Alright, rolling 2 with a focus in subspace theory.
Yes. I had the friggin' marker. Where is it?
What was
There.
that, Miss
Alright,
Ellie?
that's 3.
I said we've been here once or twice with the Hatfield, right?
Yeah, you've been here once or twice.
Yeah. Okay.
If I recall, Jueza spent
Oops,
the
I know.
whole time hiding from Quark.
Yeah, no, like after my first mission, we found the Bajoran orb, right? And then we booked it to Deep Space Nine.
Yes, that's right.
Oh God! No,
Okay.
stop, Peter. Stop. There we go. There, I'm back.
So that's
I think we did it.
we did it. We got 2 momentum.
Difficulty was 20, so you didn't
Oh,
get it.
damn. All right.
But yeah, you got a momentum out of it. Yeah, you're able to send the message to them in a timely manner. Varder, at any point, feel free to, when you have the message typed out or whatever, just send it to me and I'll pass that on to them for next Monday because they're going to get that message.
Yep, I'm just typing it out for you now.
But yeah, Smith, I said I gave you 6 intervals. What are you attempting to construct?
I'm attempting to reconstruct the Midnight Watch badge that I assembled.
Oh God, I remember
Disassembled?
now. Oh,
Yeah.
Geez, that won't be that hard. Hold on.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to be terribly difficult.
No.
It's just the first thing I had to do.
Yeah. Hi, I'd like to call you. Oh wait, I broke the thing. Right.
Yeah, right.
There it is. It's probably this easy. This magnitude. Whoa! No, don't do that. Thank you, computer. Did you want me to highlight that in blue? No, I wanted you to copy that information.
Ah.
Silly piece of equipment. We'll call it somewhere in there. Yeah.
Is it psionic or psychic?
Both?
Okay. I just keep on calling it psionics because I've been playing XCOM.
Same difference,
Yeah.
really. Parapsychology. It is a this plus this roll. It would be a this plus this roll. Assisted by.
Oh, Varder, are you in Michigan?
Yeah.
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 The guy in that chat there, Olos, he's actually from Flint.
He's actually only like an hour and a half
Holy
away from me then.
Ordinary
Not even.
murder. Got it.
Probably full an hour, 45 minutes away, yeah.
All right, I'll spend momentum. Reassembling using xenotechnology.
Yes, actually.
Yep. Rolling 3. All right, that's 3 successes.
Gain a momentum. Roll for me 6 challenge dice.
And the structure and engineering.
Oh yes, plus the structure engineering of the runabout because the runabout's replicator can help you rebuild it
Right.
properly.
Yes. That's why I brought along engineering tools.
That too, yeah. That's why I'm not up. That's why I didn't up the. I didn't create a resistance to it or up the difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
Get the proper equipment.
2 momentum. There we go, and then I'll just do the same roll again. After I do the challenge dice, obviously.
Yes, because the challenge dice might ditch themselves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 1 breakthrough, and 5 of 8 work. Difficulty is now 1. As the first breakthrough determines that this technology is a mixture of. It is mostly Federation technology. So a lot of
This is actually more than that amount of work because I have in the nick of time. Whenever you
Oh.
succeeded at an engineering or science task as part of an extended task, you score 1 additional work for every effect.
So that's
And then
7.
you could just spend that one momentum you gained.
Yeah.
True. So
And
you
I'll
got
just do
for the
that.
work track. Yep. Momentum spent, and so yeah, you're able to. Well, the 2 breakthroughs, it is mostly Federation technology. So that part's easy. It's based off of a comm badge design. The second breakthrough, why you didn't just stop at? Because the first breakthrough was I made a comm badge.
Yeah.
I already know how to make those. I made it in a weird shape with different circuitry, but that doesn't change anything. The second bit required you to tune it to a certain frequency that seems to catch across, that seems to reverberate on at almost at a wavelength that like for a brief second while you're fiddling with it during the trip, Varder and Efrix briefly get a mild headache or they hear a weird noise in their heads and like, what the heck was that? And it goes away. but you have reconstructed the device.
Cool.
If you had failed on if you had done like a crit fail on the first, like a complication on the first bit, you could have broken the thing. And if you did it again on the second breakthrough, you could have actually hurt somebody. You could have had it screech into someone's head.
That wouldn't have been great. Yeah. All right. So cool. One roll. Nice.
That happened within like the first couple days. The first two intervals. So like within the first month or week or days, you easily were able to construct it.
Yeah, and then from there, I'm going to start my research on the like coordinates information that I got from the Midnight Watch about where I need to go to investigate. Because they gave me a set of coordinates, but not much more information.
Who gave you these coordinates? I'm trying to remember where, because different people from different places.
Yes, I was talking about this with Ryder after the last session. This was a while ago.
Mhm.
There are two separate bits of information. One of which I got from what's her name? She had so many.
Solari.
Solari.
Okay.
Yeah. And then earlier than that, I got less specific information from the Midnight Captain when I was on Earth.
Oh, heck. If I recall correctly. Whoa, I zoomed in way too far. That's of no use to me.
Well, yeah, probably while we were on the ship actually makes a ton of sense for me to go, hey, we have a new contact in Federation space.
And Varda will probably be like, so I got promoted by them. Now
Also,
an
I'm
agent.
thinking about burning my badge.
Oh.
I do not believe a pyrotechnic display would be incredibly efficient at destroying the badge, if that is your goal.
Well, but burning it, I mean, putting it in the replicator and letting it be destroyed.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, we can. I mean,
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't bring it with me.
oh, I've got mine.
I've got mine after like a day.
Right, I should mention, the second thing I've got to do on Bajor is related to. Apparently, Adler was going to do it, but then now that they've got a Bajoran, they feel it's more appropriate for a Bajoran to do it.
Makes sense.
The night caption mentioned all the way up of opposite direction of Bajor. Oh my god.
See, I was hoping it would be near Bajor because, yeah.
That would make things simple, though.
Actually, I should mark this with a token so I don't lose track of it.
Talari did mention something near Bajor.
Yeah. That was
Oh, where's that system?
Oops, nope. Hold on,
I did have one thing near Bajor. I know that much.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I got that backwards. It wasn't the Celeste system. I got that back. I'm mixing up my secret locations now.
I'm sure you have plenty of them.
Mm-hmm.
Keep the Tele system in mind, guys. It's a secret system.
Oh, don't worry. You guys passed that secret a while ago.
I was gonna say. Oh no! I'm sorry. That was my secret Section 31 system.
Oh, all the way.
Oh, jeez.
Actually, I should put it like right like here.
We're probably not going to be able to do that in a runabout.
Yeah, no.
However,
I'll note that is on the piece just shy of the galactic barrier.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Ooh.
So that's the one from the Midnight Captain.
Yes, that's why I marked it
All
like
right,
that. So
yes.
I would remember who told you that. And it won't
Yeah,
mean
that one-
nothing
that one
to
makes
any other
sense.
GM. The other location is a monastery on Bejor.
Right,
Wait.
right.
Oh, that's convenient.
Well, I knew there was a reason I needed to go to Bayshore.
That's when you mentioned that. I was like, oh right, I remember where you're going now.
Yeah. It's just like it's been months since I got these tips.
Yeah, yeah. And
And I
you
write
actually
down
have a
things.
third location. Actually, no, they didn't tell you location. They just told you to look for a certain thing. Never mind.
Right.
I'm thinking the Romulan message.
Yeah. If I can do any
How
like
many secret
research on those
societies are you guys
things.
involved with?
Good question.
You goddamn man.
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
And when
All
we're not
of the
involved in societies, secret societies are like after us for reasons unknown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if I could do some research into those things with the remaining time intervals.
Which location would you like to research first?
Probably the Bajoran one, considering that's the one that I'm actually going to be going to.
Reason plus con or science, actually. Difficulty of 2. It's not a major monastery.
All right. Rolling 2. Science. Hey.
How many more?
I gained 2 momentum. Sorry, 3. Because it's a reason roll.
Yeah. So that's 5 successes total. Yeah.
It's just all of Starfleet.
Yeah.
God.
I'm about to type out this information regarding this. They'll eat up 2 more intervals, and then you have, you also have information. The next roll you can do for the other location, that is a reason plus. Trying to think, security or. Not hiding. I'm gonna have to say reason security because they would have classified it pretty bad.
All right.
Reason security difficulty of. She's gone, so 4.
If you
Alright.
wanted assistance, you can always ask Barter, who's on the ship and not doing much.
Aside from having trippy dreams.
Trippy dreams.
Yeah. Aside from having trippy dreams. Yeah, I will probably ask Varder for assistance on that one.
So where's the thing I'm looking for? I had it open so I could look this up. Where are you? There you are.
Reason security.
Yeah.
And we're looking up the monastery?
No,
No.
I already looked up the monastery.
This is the Midnight Captain's coordinates.
Oh, the Midnight Captain's coordinates.
The one that's near the edge of the galaxy.
Okay, guerrilla warfare?
No.
I think I probably have a focus for this. Either just with research or with one of my many science focuses.
Do you have the research focus?
Yeah,
Yeah, actually.
I'm doing research.
Well, also it's related to something about research. Come to think of it, so that's why.
Yeah.
But in both cases, yes, it would work.
All right. Spending 3 to roll 4. Four successes.
I didn't help at all. I tried.
And what was the
Yeah.
difficulty?
Still
You
got
got
it.
And what was the
Aw.
difficulty?
It
4.
was 4. Just hit it on the head. Whoops. Damn it. Oops. And to answer what you research, what the research was, because multiple people were looking at it, I can say this bit aloud. The research location. Actually, funny thing is, Varda recognizes it for a little bit, and it isn't until you pull up the full file that it occurs to you that this was a research station run by. They used to be run by the Midnight Watch, many years ago, and it had on the official files. It had an accident and was destroyed. As it seemed to be its research was then classified to high heaven. But the funny thing is that the person running the research program was not a Starfleet officer. They were a Federation Andorian scientists, as I recall. I actually have to look up the Midnight Watch file because it's in there.
All right.
And there's more information I'm about to send you. I just have to grab it from wherever I tucked it away. Var, do you still have that Midnight Watch file tucked away
Yes.
somewhere? Could you pull that up? Because that has the scientist and the station in it. I just can't remember what it was called, who it was exactly.
Yep, it's in my Star Trek Verter. Am I sending this to Myth?
Yes.
All right.
And me as well, because my copy of it's buried somewhere.
Okay. I've got the
Yep. Love how that
GM's
happens.
when I've got the GM's files. Sending you a message before the file because I couldn't find you quickly. There we go.
There we go. There's the.
Starfleet security file. Be like, oh wait, I've actually already got that file. And then after she looks it up,
Like, I'm of no help because I have a copy of what that is. Like, we've been looking for that for days.
the reason we couldn't find it is I've had it on my pad this entire time.
Yeah, you already requested this information. Why are you asking it again? It's like, no. Wait, we did? No, we didn't.
I've already checked this book out of the library.
All right. Huh.
Yes, that is the summary of that. And no, don't open up Microsoft Word. No, stop.
No.
So real.
At least you didn't open up Excel.
Yeah, that's true.
If I open it up with a rich text file, I quit. Why is my RTFs designated to Excel? Why? I want to know who did it so I can hit them in the arm.
Yeah.
I mean, it's your PC, so.
Well, shoot.
Well, you called my bluff. What do I do? Actually, it was an Anar, my bad, named Thadex. I knew I had a funny feeling about that name, so I wanted to see the document.
That file into my. the right folder. There we go.
There it is. An undocumented research base near the Galactic Barrier founded by an Anar named Thadex, who announced space was not in Federation jurisdiction, nor did he wish to, etc., etc. So,
Oh, the Anar. They're those psychic Andorians.
Yeah.
so that's the fun time information you learn.
Fun time. I think we have
Fun.
very different definitions of fun time information.
That's why we run different games, Gunnan. Jeez.
I mean, that's probably fun time for Myth. She did a whole bunch of research.
I was just gonna do research. Okay.
But yes, with the first one, you got the monastery and what it's about, who they are, and they have a Vedic, but they're very much journeyman, less but they have a place where people can go if they want to join, that sort of thing.
Right.
Given that you're I can't find the freaking thing. At least one of these was a science role, which was actually the monastery. Science of like anthropology and stuff like that is where I fell under that. Because you're a science officer, you get to ask a question.
Ooh, yeah, I should ask a question. Ugh.
And there's 2 momentum if you wish to spend toward extra questions in either case.
Yeah. I guess a good question would be like, who should I talk to at this monastery?
Make sure I got the name right. No, close that. That's of no use to me. I was about to send that to the wrong person entirely. They would have been very confused. Like, who? What? Why?
Who? What? Where? Why? When?
Accidentally sends a message to Alan.
It's like, okay, sure. Is that who am I supposed to kill next? I don't.
Oh no.
I'll log on. Just give me 5 minutes.
Ah,
Thank you.
Yep.
I'll actually be right back. 1 minute.
Sounds good.
Oh, that's the no. Stop.
Snap.
Just open it with a normal file, a normal thing. Don't. Oh, right. I remember now. It's called Blue Ocean. Anyway, cool. So, any further questions?
No.
That is always the right answer. So yes, you guys have arrived. You lot have arrived at the DS9. You have docked and properly, and actually, you landed on one of their pads on the outside, and you're actually brought into the shuttle ring, as it were. Actually, it's actually more out here. I forget where the shuttle things are. They're out here somewhere. I think it's out here. Oh, whatever. You're on DS9. You know where you are. So, what do the merry trio do? As information is shared, revelations are made, certain people are leaving the organization, some are advancing in the organization.
Yeah.
probably see if I can get into contact with Dr. Marcelli.
And I'm back.
We've been asked what we are doing now that we have landed on DS9.
Oh, I mean, yeah, Varder's got that report written out, and it's just gonna be like, okay, let's send this over, Myth. And then, I guess Efrix, if you want company, I'll go with you. If not, yeah.
Go to hell? No.
You guys can go hang out at Quarks.
I'm not hanging out at Quarks.
I mean, Cardassia is not that far away, so
If I get kidnapped off this damn station.
This
One
is-
more time.
Would not be the if I get kidnapped off of Deep Space Nine again.
I've been kidnapped off it before. But yeah, he'll send the thing with Myth.
That file will be received, and that crew will be mighty upset with you.
Oh boy. I mean,
Mighty
it could
upset
be
with-
worse. Nope.
What?
Probably.
How dare you not give up your bodily autonomy to save us?
Or, God damn it, we dealt with that 2 months ago.
Because time shenanigans.
Oh, yeah.
They had a great episode yesterday.
Hmm.
He lied.
I don't.
I definitely
I
believe
don't
you.
think any of
I
my
said-
focuses
I
apply.
said,
Actually, I need to resend that to you because I missed out one line that's important.
Okay.
Hey.
they had fun, I said. You know, like a liar.
You gain a momentum. Throw that up. There you go. So you were able to determine from looking up, and you've had some time to fly toward here, so you're able to look it up before you got here. You are aware that Lieutenant Miscelli is assigned to the Hatfield. The Hatfield is currently docked with DS9, so the good doctor is either on the Hatfield or somewhere aboard the station.
Okay.
We haven't heard anything about
Probably-
her heading to Beijo or anything in particular.
Yeah, I'd probably contact the Hatfield and try and get in
So-
contact.
If you're just contacting the Hadfield, then you'd probably get the bridge. I presume.
Bridge probably would catch the call.
Okay. This is Lieutenant Junior Grade Schroesen Biss. You see an Andorian.
well, wasn't he promoted to lieutenant full grade?
Did he get promoted to full lieutenant?
I'm pretty sure his token has 2 full pips on it.
Oh, yeah, so it does. Sorry, it's just Lieutenant Schroesen Biss.
Hello, Lieutenant. This is Dr. Efrix of the USS Kismet. I'm trying to get in contact with Dr.
Ah, okay. Dr. Miscelli. I'll reach out to her right now. If you'll hold for a moment, and he'll, put you on hold. Bridge to sickbay?
Yes, Bridge. How can I help?
There are a couple of officers on Deep Space Nine. They say they're from the USS Kismet. They were wondering if they could talk with you.
Yes, I know. Tell them they can meet me in my sick bay or on the station if they prefer at any time.
All right, I'll let them know. Bridge out, and he'll switch back over to Efrix. The doctor says you're free to come aboard and meet her in her sick bay. Of course, she'd also be willing to come aboard Deep Space Nine if that's more convenient for you.
You think, guys?
Yeah, I think we just swing by the Hatfield.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, we can meet her on the Hatfield if that's acceptable to your captain.
Great. I'll see to it that the captain is informed in due course. He's currently in a meeting with the brass right now.
Or whoever has the con, I guess.
That'd be me.
All right. So as long as you're okay with it, then.
Sure.
All right, we'll see you soon, Hatfield.
Filled out. I'm gonna touch their security system. Oh, there's another Bajoran security officer who will take great exception to that.
Yeah.
We'll see if the superior Bajoran.
So the three of you step off the runabout,
Hmm.
and who is going where?
Well, I'm going to the Hatfield.
Okay.
Do you want company, or should I find somewhere else to exist?
I mean, you're welcome to come if you want, but it's gonna be medical talk. Although it is going to have to do with the investigation.
Yeah, I'll go with you then.
Sounds
Only
intriguing.
People are on Bajor anyway.
Oh yeah, I probably would have told Nathan on what's going on there
That's correct.
while we were
Cool.
in flight.
So all three are coming.
And should you want it, there is a Hatfield sickbay map.
I know there is. Do you not know that I know? There are so many things up here. Sorry, just GM
Seen on the
annoying.
Hatfield map while in the Kismet game because you clicked on the wrong thing.
There are a lot of maps for the Hatfield.
There are so many maps.
I don't know where they came from.
There's this one guy on, I think, DeviantArt who made a full set of maps for like all the different rooms on Adobe Class.
There you go. Actually, that wouldn't be the noise anymore. Whoop.
You'd probably also have just I'll throw them in there because it's neat to have the characters.
I assume these two are.
Yes, I was gonna say those two are around.
And there was somebody here, but I think that was a person in Green Circle who was being
Yeah.
talked to for a different reason. So I figured they're not there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would that would be the guy who they de-assimilated and is currently going through psychiatric help.
Aw, you got your own Borg drone.
Yeah, we kind of found them. And they just kind of stuck with us. Shoot, 1 second.
Listen, some people adopt NPCs, some people adopt space chickens. It's fine.
The Hatfield is definitely the type to adopt NPCs.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
You should have adopted Wesley Crusher. No,
Uh-huh.
yeah, fuck.
Thinking about my D&D character that had 14 orphans.
I guess the three of you step into the sick bay of the Hatfields. Some doctors they're not in any particular rush in what they're doing because they're at dock. It's just a lot of routine equipment check, inventory check. Probably somebody's being checked on a bed over there.
Yeah, Efrix, you probably would note this is a particularly shiny and fancy sick bay. A lot of advanced equipment crammed into it.
Pretty.
Advanced sick bay talent.
Yep.
Yes.
That's what that sounds like to me. Yep.
And
Glad I've got my phaser so we can stun her to drag her out of here.
We'll need
that
to.
score is only 2, but we do have the advanced sick bay talent.
Yeah.
I assume I step out to greet our guests.
Shiny.
Welcome, Dr. Efrix. And I see you've brought 2 comrades. I'm Dr. Maselli, Chief Medical Officer of the Hatfield. I can't say I'm familiar.
Yes. Nice to meet you, Dr. Maselli.
It's nice to meet you too.
Doc-
I've heard a lot about you.
None of it
I'm
good.
Efrix. This is Lieutenant Commander Varder, Chief of Security on the Kismet, and Lieutenant Myth, our Science Officer.
To meet you.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
It's nice to meet the 3 of you. We can step into my office.
Right?
After you 3.
It's a lovely med bay.
Oh, thanks. Um, we have a small staff, but we sure do have the best equipment. And we've made good use of it too.
My whole med bay fits in about half of yours.
Really?
Somehow.
Is the Luna class not significantly larger than the Nova class?
It's a couple scales
Bigger.
larger. Yeah.
We just
It's
don't
just
have
that
a
your
very-
medical department isn't. It seems other
Yeah.
departments got more deck space.
We make do.
Yeah, our medicine is exactly the same as yours.
Yeah, well, you have to. My last posting was not nearly as advanced as this. Sorry. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Well, I had a couple of questions for you, Doctor, if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah, sure. You can start. What are they?
I heard that you were the lead on the incident involving the Betazoid. Betazoid a couple weeks ago. We
No, it
were
was more than a couple
not.
weeks ago.
Yeah, I know. We were.
Some time ago.
Yes, we were not in. In Federation space at the time, so I didn't hear about it until later, but I am most curious about what you found.
Truth be told, the findings were not that interesting. The disease functions how a regular virus functions. It simply seems to have adapted to spread psychically as opposed to virally, or other traditional viral way. I was only part of the team to initially help stop the original outbreak. Further research was done by others.
Who, if you don't mind me asking, who else worked with you on that initial investigation?
That was Dr. Leo Neo. He's I've spoken to him a couple times since then. He's a good guy. I believe he's still working on the virus now.
Sorry, just double checking. Did you say Dr. Leo?
I'll copy the. I'll copy this.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Really? And what did you think of him? How did he? Was he amicable to your help?
Yeah, I would say he was amicable. As most beta sets tend to be, he was friendly, charming. Why do you ask?
You remember he was under a lot of stress.
Yeah, he was, but I believe he was friendly despite being under stress. I mean, his homeworld was under serious threat. Who can blame him?
Of course, yeah. I spent quite a bit of time on Betazoid, on Betazed, so things that affect that world are hit a little close to home. And as a epidemiologist, it's an interesting case. There is There is more.
Continue.
In looking into it, my staff and I, we think we might have found something that you missed.
What would that be?
And she pulls out her pad and pulls up the scans that she and Sarissa found. Right? No, Sarissa's is wait. So
Sarir.
Sarir.
Sarir. Too many cats. The specialist Sarir, and she uncovered. When we looked further into the genetic coding of the disease, and she pulls up specific lines of the DNA makeup, there seems to be certain parts of the populace that are predisposed to the disease, to not only contract it, but recontract it.
That's interesting data. I assume she'll take the pad and look it over. What do you think this indicates?
Well, that's the thing, Doctor. Now, I understand you all were under quite a bit of stress, but it hasn't been officially published by anyone, and it's a relatively blatant thing that's going on within the disease. It leads us to believe that someone's trying to cover it up, given specifically who is predisposed to recontracting it. And as you look at it, it is nobles.
Oh. So the nobility, out of character, the nobility are specifically predisposed to get it, and someone is trying to cover it up.
That's what Efrix thinks.
Okay.
It's for sure that the nobles are predisposed to get it. It's like it's been genetically designed for them. The fact that and she'll tell you the fact that my specialist was able to uncover it in a couple days of study indicates that it should have been something that came up, especially if they continued to study the virus after you left.
Yeah, I could I make a roll to see how plausible what she's proposing is? Just to see if I believe it or not.
Neat. Ooh, the Hatfield gets to help out with computers medicine.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, be the Hatfield stats. Reason medicine difficulty 2, assisted by the ship's, assuming you're using the ship computer to help you figure out what you're looking at. It's comp plus medicine. Actually, I think the difficulty comes down by 1 because you have advanced medical facilities.
Can I help?
I'm not sure she wants your help at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, that was the other
I
thing.
need
I
to
was
listen
like,
to this on my own.
Okay.
You spend a momentum, though.
Yeah, I'll spend a momentum.
How dare you? I'm offended. How dare you spend momentum?
Okay.
Do you have cautious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. I got it
Couple
back, so.
Couple of cautious medical
God.
men.
Yeah.
The data does seem to check out that it is as she says it is. And one step further due to your advanced medical facilities, there's a certain level of designer quality to it. This is not a naturally occurring thing. It is a designed thing, artificial in nature.
She like takes a diagram of the virus and displays it on the terminal here. I think you might be onto something. In fact, if you look at different points on the genetic coding of the virus, it seems to indicate some form of manufactured RNA strands that those aren't naturally occurring strands. They're too artificial. I'm great at medical technobabble.
No, it's good. It's good.
I was joking. You must be onto something. I don't know how I missed that. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. What do you want to do about it?
And actually, I'll point one thing out too, Maselli. As you look at it, and you kind of as you're pondering aloud what you're looking at, it dawns on you that some of this data that Efrix gave you, you didn't get when you were on the planet. This is new information to you. Some of the stuff is new information, like the parts that hit it. That when you got the data, some of the data made it look more chaotic, more something that happens in nature. Nature tends to be very orderly, but it tends to have a bit of chaos in there, a bit of asymmetry in there. This thing is too perfect. But when you check the computer, it's not false. It matches. It makes sense with the readings. It's almost as if you were given incorrect readings while you were there.
Could I open up my logs and compare it and prove that my logs are like what I said about the virus are different? Or like if I had a log of what the virus was, like a copy of it, and prove that what I have and what it is now are somehow different?
You compare them side by side, and they look to be of a similar type of virus, similar symptoms and presentation, vectors, all that stuff. But one looks natural, and one looks manufactured. Like it's a weird comparison because that doesn't normally happen. That's like artificially creating the cold. It's like it already exists. Just infect someone with the cold. What are you doing? Why would you bother?
And the creation of biological weapons is prohibited, right?
Oh yeah,
Yes,
super
it's a
legal.
violation
Yes.
of treaty.
It's
Biogenic weapons? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
You don't
it's
have to
super
research
illegal.
them, but you can't deploy them.
It's why this whole thing is like a big deal.
Yeah. Oh, and it was especially a big deal because someone recently tried to use a biological weapon to completely wipe out the Federation. Not too recently, or not too long ago.
Right. Okay.
That was the
Well,
arc.
she'll add all of her relevant data onto the pad. Well, this is really serious. Do you have a next step or a plan in mind for where to go with this?
GM,
Yeah.
what I know is the stuff that I know about what happened, is it like super, super classified?
It took actually a lot of the information you got was something that your specialist got just by doing
Oh no, I'm talking about the
Oh,
stuff
that
I know
stuff?
about. Yeah, about what I'm being accused of.
I'll tell you, you're the one that's being accused, so it's
Yeah.
classified for the purposes of protecting your privacy. But you're the accused, so
do with what you will.
If you want to tell people, that's your business. But Starfleet
Yeah.
security can't go around telling people that'd be a violation of your rights, because that
Yeah.
could be construed as slander or libel.
Carter was able to look it up and then tell you.
Yes, but you're really good at finding shit when you want to.
Yeah.
There's a history of a virus like this being discussed and theorized about on Beta Z a few years back during the occupation. To my knowledge, it was never perfected. But somebody went back and looked at it, it would seem. Question is why? Why now? It was its original purpose in the discussion was to infect people that would have the most contact with the Dominion, with their officers, in the hopes of spreading it psychically to them.
Biogenic warfare. But now, with no war, why would you want to do it?
Exactly.
I don't know.
Who would release it?
Terrorism? Some sort of political game? Mad scientists with something to prove?
No, the entire situation around that is very under the rug. The idea that Federation citizens were willing to go to such extents as to deploy biogenic weapons is not exactly something anyone wants to get into, so it's mainly been brushed to the side and ignored. That's why there's an investigation, but it's not being pressed hard, because the harder it's pressed, the more attention it gets, and then, well, that's a lot of dirty laundry to air.
Which might be why you weren't given the full results originally, as well.
Perhaps.
Fortunately, it meant that you only really treated a symptom rather than looking for a cure.
Dr. Maselli, give me insight medicine. It's going to be opposed.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
Okay. Opposed by whom?
Who
By
knows?
the person trying to hide this information.
Yep.
Because there's a realization your character's having of, wait a minute, correct me if I'm wrong, your character was holding a tricorder scanning people. And
Yes.
it's like, I didn't falsify my own tricorder data, so unless I'm in on this somehow, something weird's going on here.
I mean,
But what
you
that
could
is
be psychologically led to believe something that wasn't there. It's happened to my
It
Fucking-
happened to Carter.
Pins readouts that said he was going to die. If I didn't hand him over.
I don't know what any of
Yeah,
those are. Oh well.
I don't think I'll have a focus to remember something. So
I'll look
Or
at your
research.
stats real quick. Maybe.
Oh
you'll
yeah,
have
I don't think
something.
I have one to hide things. Unless I can apply my infectious disease. Just because of the topic. Probably not.
Wait, what side were you on? Agree or disagree? I just want to make sure.
Me?
Yeah.
As far as she knows, she disagreed
Okay,
with it. But there's a whole bunch of time that she lost during that where
Yeah.
she doesn't know what happened. So at some point she could have agreed, but she doesn't remember doing that. As far as she knows, she said
Go-
no.
Dr. Maselli, you do have a focus through xenobiology.
okay.
Want to spend some momentum?
Yes, I will spend one momentum.
Why?
Infection. I'm lying. I don't think I have one for lying unless infectious diseases counts.
It's more seeing what's weird about the two
Yeah.
meetings. But yeah, I'll take infectious diseases as an assist at complication.
Oh, I
so-
thought we were. Is it assist or is it opposed.
Oh no, you're not opposing each other. Someone else is.
Oh,
You're not doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're not the one lying.
Okay. I also have xenobiology.
Oh, well, you can use that, yeah, to assist if you want.
Does the ship help with anything?
No, because it's a. Yeah,
Okay, thought I'd check.
it's worth asking. I bought 1 die, by the way, just so people know.
Oof.
So I can't buy
Nice.
2.
The heck?
Ooh, that did not do it. I know it didn't. I don't even have to look at their sheet. You gain 2 momentum.
Nice.
Which I think gives us 1 floating.
Dr. Marcelli, it would appear that what you treated actually halted. It occurs to you now that it's not that the first stage was more natural, it was the less complete version of the artificial one. So you did
Oh.
stop it, but then someone clued in on what you did to stop it and then improved it to get to bypass your vaccination plan. And in that level of work, of fine detail, requires someone with like a doctorate in genetics. Like this requires an advanced facility. It requires someone who really knows what they're doing, and to do it that fast requires a full like team or a hyper advanced facility. Because genetics at this level with this sophistication is not a joke. Is like even with your facilities, you'd have an extended task that would take you weeks, if not months, to do something
Right.
this
Like
this hidden.
Yeah, you need a lab dedicated to genetics research.
Yeah.
Working.
The one in the medical facilities at the university. It is a
Cough.
So, re-looking over the data and thinking about it, I don't think that. What I think must have happened is that this is 2 different forms of the virus, and that what I treated was an earlier form, a less perfected form of the of this artificial virus. But it must have been immeasurably hard to take something at this stage, and she has a pad with the virus she treated, and bring it to this one in only a matter of weeks. You would have needed a team of geneticists working some of the best labs the Federation has to offer to deliver something like this. Terrorists and political radicals and anyone else who would actually do something like this don't have that kind of resource. Don't have those kinds of resources. I speak English.
Makes me wonder if it's the same group of people that were talking about it before. They were all respected scientists.
And Efrix has been nowhere near a facility capable of doing that the entire time, so congratulations on your investigation, Efrix. That looks good for you. However, that news is bioterrorism on a high level, if I'm understanding this correctly.
Yeah,
You just
thousands
told her
of people
that for sure that I was trying to clear my name. I'd avoided that. It's fine. Right. Well, it means I have some ideas of who might be behind it.
Let's hear it.
Yeah. Since Lieutenant Commander Barker brought it up, I was on the panel of geneticists and scientists and doctors, virologists, that the original version of this virus was discussed with the original plan, I voted nay. It was bioterrorism, and despite the circumstances, I believed it unethical to participate in such a thing. But I could name several of the other scientists that were for it.
Did you help create the virus?
Not to the best of my knowledge. There was a discussion had. I thought it was just theoretical. We were trying to come up with something, anything, to relieve some of the pressure we were under. They were starting to ask us to experiment in other ways. We wanted to stop them, but this group, I don't know if they met again after I said no, I wanted out. I have a bit of amnesia in regards to my time stationed there during that period, so it's possible something happened, but I would never willingly participate in such a thing. Did I hear a computer?
Yep.
Or am I crazy?
Oh, that's just Technician Jenkins. Don't worry about that.
Our GM likes to use audio cues that sometimes I don't hear very well.
Well, I served on a hospital ship during the war. I saw exactly what damage the war did to us, and I think you made the right decision despite of that, because we would have just hurt innocent people, and we wouldn't have gained anything from it. At the very least, the only primary deaths of the war were those who enlisted. Not that it truly makes a difference, but I don't know.
The thing that scares me, well, lots of things scare me about this, but one of the things that scares me is it was designed to be dormant, to not attack the hosts. So what did they do to that original plan to turn it back on the people of Beta Z? Or was it that psychic event that triggered it? Was it already present? I have no idea.
Sorry, continue.
If it was dormant, if it was already present in those people, could that psychic event have triggered it? In which case, we have no way of knowing if the original group and the new group are the same people, if any of that is true, if it's somebody that got a hold of the research and decided it was, worth investigating, if it was a dormant virus that they kept somewhere in a lab and there was some kind of leak. Who knows?
Honestly, we don't have enough information at this point to make any judgment. It's entirely possible this was a freak accident. Labs break, storms happen, freak accidents happen. All we know is that someone made the virus, and then somehow it accidentally got out.
The original. But
yeah.
We do know somebody made it better after you treated it.
Right. Do you have a list of names of the people you worked with on the original panel? Do you remember them?
That's a good question.
Dr. Efrix, give me insight, command or medicine, difficulty 5.
I wonder what
Um, can
Momentum.
Barter actually assist, given he was one of the people that was on Beta Z to get her and her people out of there?
Sure.
I'm
Cool.
gonna buy dice to roll 2 extra.
And to give you an idea as to why the difficulty is high, the minute you try to remember, it's just,
Yeah,
It's
I
just
figured
not
that
really-
would be the case.
yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna spend 3 momentum. I don't have a focus on remembering things. Yeah,
I'm guessing your determination as well.
I'm thinking about it. Yeah, for
5, you
I
might
don't
need
know
to.
if I have one that's good besides. Well, I'll just try. Research is formalized curiosity. It is poking and prying with purpose. It is seeking the he who wishes to know cosmic secrets of the world and they that dwell therein. Or maybe we endure hardship so others don't have to.
I'll take we endure hardships.
Okay. Someday I'll get to use
I
my
was gonna
research.
say
That'll
that
be
to you,
exciting.
Cat. I was going to say that to you, GM. Did you post that in the right chat?
Oh, no, that was meant to be put then.
Oh, okay.
Oof. Oh, I get to reroll
It's one of those out of context posts in the Fleet General to confuse people.
I remember.
Jeez, Barter. So
I
that's
remember.
4, 5, 6, 7 successes.
Oh wait, I had a focus on for some reason. I don't think I actually crit that unless I do have a focus for some reason.
Well, I think that still is enough because you spent a determination.
Yeah, it was 5.
Yeah, and then you did the
So it's
one
still 6.
success.
So
You would have had one. You would have had one actually, Barter. Yep.
Nice, sweet. Which one?
Never you mind now. Actually, it would have been probably guerrilla warfare.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
because
I would have known names.
Yeah.
At the time, some more clean than others. 1, 2, 3, 4. See
Oh.
that?
Yeah, there was my
5.
hit list.
That was your hit list. Good God. So I believe it's gain of momentum. If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Oh wait, there was a momentum
gain-
spend too. So there's 2 more.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So minus 5. That's 2. We're not at 5. Okay, good. I wasn't sure if you corrected for that or not. I was not clear. I was not 100% sure.
Oops. That's a lot of people.
Oh.
That's what
Yeah.
I was afraid of. I was so excited when you had a name of someone that you worked with.
Just takes a bit of. Oop, I'm in the wrong thing entirely.
Name generator.exe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I love the fantasy name generator.
It's very good.
So useful.
So you don't come up with
Vasily came from there.
so you don't come up with a random guard NPC named Steve, who the players call Clark. It's fine.
You're not bitter, not at all.
Wow.
Because I described him as having Superman complex.
Ah.
Oh,
Like, yes, the fantasy guard, Steve Clark.
Oh man, the amount of problems this person must have with the last name Bra for just the teasing they're gonna get. It's
well, it depends on if they're human or not.
Well, they're all Betazoid, I presume.
These are all Betazoids.
it depends on if a human is interacting with them or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not if they're a human.
Oh,
Um,
if a human's interacting with them, it's gonna be getting just all the nice.
What's
Do
up, Dr.
I
Bra?
recognize any of these names? Did I work with any of them or anything? I probably not, but I figured I'd ask.
Roll for me your medicine score in challenge die. I believe that's 5 off the top of my head.
Yes, it is.
How did I know? It's almost like you're a CMO.
Oh,
You know of at least one.
Oh,
well, in addition to Naneo, I presume.
You can pick.
Naneo.
I recognize. Should I make it up or?
Choose one.
All right. I think I recognize the haha. Oh shit! Liaha Rini. They taught surgery at the academy.
Oh yeah, I guess I should. I never asked. What does Dr. Maselli look like?
Oh.
That's the token.
Early 30s. Really dark circles under her eyes because she's always so stressed out trying to log the Hadfield.
Yep.
I feel it.
Kind of short. Skinny.
Human?
Kind of. Yeah, human. Average face. You know, pretty generic. Black hair, green eyes, tan.
Just curious.
Yeah, I will ask the same reference.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I've just got this for Rogue. It makes things real easy. I don't need to describe anything.
Although now he actually has the pips.
Yeah. Yeah, now he actually has pips.
Like a sucker. Yes.
Dr. Rini, they taught surgery in my 4th year at the academy. I knew her as a woman of impeccable ethics. I could never believe, I didn't know her well, but I could never believe that she would do something like this.
I mean, it's possible that not everyone on the list was involved. There's probably others like me who declined to involve themselves. It could be as few as 1 or 2 of the originals finding other people.
I can possibly look up her name. It's just, I can see what Starfleet Security has to say on her. I just might not be able to tell you what they have to say on her because privacy matters. Unless we get her permission to tell you. It's weird. It's not an open investigation, and you're not technically a part of it. I'm not technically a part of it, but
So there is an open investigation into this being conducted by security?
open is perhaps a really loose term. As I said, they don't want to dig up a lot on it because the more they put into it, the more chance that someone will take notice. make the whole thing a big issue with Federation citizens breaking the law,
I only-
essentially, in the face of war and incredible hardship. That does not look good for us. Be something the Romulans would use, or the Cardassians, or whoever else.
Right.
I only know about it because I still have contacts on Beta Z, and I was told that there were fleet personnel along with one of the noble houses looking into my involvement during that time period. Not necessarily specifically in the disease, but it became quickly relevant that that might be why they're looking into it. If this disease is what we were talking about, it would make sense that they would look into everyone that could have possibly been involved.
Yeah, I mean, I can say that the majority of you are on that list for, as you said, obvious reasons.
Well,
Some of those names didn't survive the war, is a note.
Yeah, no, they're.
Oh yeah,
At least.
that's why you can say the majority safely.
Yeah.
well, yeah.
Because the majority could include everyone who's not dead, or it could mean there are some that are alive. That's it.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. It could be any of them, it could be none of them, but I feel like an open investigation would be for the best. Even if it hurts her reputation, getting to the truth would be the most important factor.
Well,
Haha, you're talking to the Kismet.
Yep.
I agree with you. Politicians probably won't, and I'm not in charge of the investigation. I'm not even affiliated with the investigation. The only reason I could look into it at all is, well, I know how to dig and ask questions, and I was owed a couple of favors by people from back in the war.
Right. So,
Like I said, I only know about it because I was warned that I was being investigated. I probably shouldn't have even known that.
If you want
Otherwise, I would just know that your findings and my specialist findings did not match.
if you
Right.
wanted to kick up a fuss, you probably could, sending a report on what you now know to Starfleet Medical, which would then probably get booted to Starfleet Security if you didn't outright send it to Starfleet Security yourself. It might make a lot of people unhappy. In fact, it's almost certain to make a lot of people unhappy.
It may also tip off the people that are actually behind this and get them to go to ground.
Get them to go to ground. Well, I'm pretty good.
you see Miss Sally kind of like recoil and like she really seems unsure about what to do next because she has a value honesty is the best policy. So I feel like she would want to tell the truth, but also that might not be the best idea in this situation.
I am curious to see what I can find out about Dr. Daneo.
Dr. Maselli, I have an offer for you. You can, this is a rule that is usually invoked, and it's not mandatory. You can say no to this offer.
Okay.
That's always a good sign, isn't it? Taking that your value honesty is the best policy as a negative in this situation, in that you're going to draw a lot of attention to yourself, but in exchange, rather than get determination, you would actually have a contact in Starfleet Medical that you know who when you knew them from the academy and they advanced to such a degree that they're in the flag ranks, like they're an admiral now. So they're not someone you can get to shut up because they're too high ranking. And you could call in a very old favor and say, hey, dig this up. Don't let this be put away. But it's a negative because it points a direct line to you.
Right.
So you can take that offer, or you can just leave it. That's your call.
So what would the benefit be?
The benefit would be that you could possibly force the investigation to be open, whether they like it or not, or get answers to questions here and now from that admiral, because they have clearance high enough that they could just force. They could just say, "I outrank you by a lot. Answer me," or they could just tell the computer to answer them. But that involved calling San Francisco and Starfleet Medical, and that's why it'd be so obvious, because anyone could figure out who called her, because they log that sort of thing.
Oh,
unless you go to extreme efforts to hide it for some reason. But somehow, I think, given your value, that doesn't seem something Miss Ellie might want to do.
Yeah. All right. Now I have to think about that.
Yeah, there's that light bulb of, I could talk to this person. I don't know if I want to.
Yeah, calling in that, also knowing that you're calling in that favor, like, also draws their attention back to you, and that they could remember, oh yes, I know this person, I did a favor for them.
Mhm.
Perhaps I want to rekindle that relationship in which I am owed favors.
That's a way to put it.
Yeah, it's always great to owe favors owe favors to admirals. It works out all the time.
Don't I know it?
I mean,
I don't know exactly what weight I might have, but if there's any there, I can try and help take some of the heat at least. Maybe. I'm not any doctor. I'd just be like, here's this investigation looking into things that don't quite add up.
You know what? And if I'm not mistaken, the cost of not doing this is that I have to challenge my value.
The GM basically is invoking that value as a negative, because it's like, oh, I'm going to reward you, but I'm warning you, if you take it, I'm going to hit you hard for it. Usually it's you get a complication. I'm just telling you what the complication is going to be, because it makes sense that you would know what the price would be in this case.
you don't necessarily have to challenge it if you choose not.
Yeah, it's not a challenge. It's me invoking it as a negative quality, because it's a thing that can complicate the situation in a way that hurts you, but in exchange for taking it as a negative, it could get you information you wouldn't otherwise get.
All right.
It's almost never used.
Like, I
That's why-
have one that I could see easily being used against me that way. It's like,
Yeah,
if something were to happen and I needed to get out of there in order to save more people, I have, but it would mean leaving part of my own crew behind. I have a starship as a home, the crew, the family. So, like, I would have to take that, either challenge it or have it be a negative and not follow orders to leave, kind of thing.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I think the value system is the best part of this game. It leads to a lot of good drama.
Agreed. I think so.
She kind of like taps her fingers along the desk. I think I know someone who might be able to help. How would you feel if I contacted a friend in the brass to get us more information?
Your call, Efrix. You're the one that might get hit as
No.
well.
I'm trying to think about how she would feel about that. Since she is, like, one of the people that's being investigated. I mean, it's gonna come out one way or the other. Yeah. If you are willing to take the risk to your reputation, then I will back you.
I don't care about my reputation. I care about the truth and saving people.
Of course you don't care about your reputation. I don't use it.
Oh, shut up.
If there's something I can do to try and take some of the heat from you, let me know. But I'm not a doctor. The best I can do is say I looked at the things and they don't add up from a security perspective.
Don't worry about it. I'll be fine.
Right, well, let's just say we owe you one then, or I owe you one if they don't want any part of it. I'll say I owe you one.
Well,
They're separate.
thanks, but I'm doing this for. Yeah, thank you.
Chuckles in Bajoran.
Chuckles and Bajoran. So has the GM figured out who this contact in the brass is?
I was writing the character to sense them.
Ooh,
If that's okay.
Nice.
Pleasure.
sweet.
But yeah, no. If you ever need a security file found, then let me know. I'll try and find it for you.
Well, I was wondering, could you pull up one Lawrence Jacoby's Academy files? I'm joking.
I could. I probably could.
Yeah. Although, oh yeah, and also worth noting, Doc, you'll probably also, at some point during this whole thing, notice, Myth's eyes do not look human.
I feel like, as an android, Myth would be famous enough that I know who they are.
Especially within the fleet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't know. I forgot if Myth introduced herself as Myth.
The thing that's unknown by
I
so-
introduced her as Myth.
That's
Yeah.
right.
we were introduced. But the thing that Miss Ellie probably doesn't know is that she's got a psionic presence, and she won't figure that out herself.
You see, if Myth had introduced herself, she would have had to say, "Hi, I am Myth. I am an android."
Yeah.
Very true.
She has free will. She wouldn't have to say that. She could choose not to say anything.
How much does Myth having a psionic presence bother other psionics that like pass her? They're like, wait, what?
It comes off, from what you've sensed from other people, it comes off like noise because they don't know where it's coming from. It's like, what?
Okay.
You know the presence, you know who it's referring to, but anyone who doesn't know her would be like, huh? What? There's a voice I don't recognize. And then it goes away because, well, she goes away.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
like, oh, that's weird. That happens sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you just pick up on like a non-physical life form that happens to be passing by, and you go, "What?"
I felt so called out when I said Argelius 2 and Miss Ellie said, "Oh, it's probably some obscure TOS reference." I felt so called out.
It
You brought
always
back,
is.
oh my god, the guy from the backdoor pilot to some, what is it called, Operation Earth. You brought back knockoff Doctor Who guy for one episode.
Yeah, I brought back Gary 7.
That's his
Nice.
name. I always forget it.
Oh, heck. That works. Huh. Okay. Updating my notes because I like that idea.
Speaking of, would you mind pinging me that? Because as your game master, I might use it as well.
No. Don't send him a thing.
Oh, okay.
Don't send it to me.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I'll send it. Don't worry about it.
And yeah, I got it. I'll break this.
So yeah,
Oh, neat.
Yeah,
Cool.
I assume I'll just use my big screen thing right here and just tap it and pull it open and send out for a subspace communication message to Vice Admiral Albrechtson. I named him and I flubbed the line for saying his name.
The Starfleet medical image comes up, and you get processing. It takes some time to bring the admiral to a call, but thankfully you're at DVS9, so calling this person isn't terribly hard. But as the call's going through, we're going to check in on somebody else. But we'll cut back to you after
Awesome.
this,
Cool.
because that's a good scene transition moment.
Mhm.
I didn't want to cut you off while you guys were trying to think and figure out what's going on. It's like, no, this is important. You guys figure out what you're going to do, because it's going to matter in a second. In a second, it's going to matter.
Ooh,
I
I like that scene a lot.
That's the wrong one, but that's a nice image anyway. It's one of my favorite constructions. Grennan, I do have to check in on you.
Yes.
So what are you going to do? Are you going to have that meeting? Are you going to run for it? Are you going to jump out an airlock?
I'm gonna have that meeting on the Athabascan.
Okay, so actually, I have the wrong scene then. I know where I'm going to bring you. Mwahaha. Haha. Don't I? Where'd it
Ha-ha.
go? Oh no, I lost it. Where'd it go? I just made it. I was fiddling with it this whole time. Haha.
Oh boy.
I would assume way the fucking. Holy shit.
Okay.
So, Grennan, you get to the ready room door on board the vessel that is known as the Athabascan.
Yes. He's gonna tap the door chime.
The door chimes.
There is no answer.
Well, drat.
He's
Guess
going
we
to
all just
try-
got to go home.
The bridge crew's still there. They're doing their things. They knew you were coming, and they could continue. Well, they're docked, so they're not really. They're doing their duties, but otherwise leaving you alone.
Captain Kiddick, are you there?
Are you tapping a comm badge or what happens?
Are you shouting through the door? Like, what are you doing?
I mean, can't you do that with like the wall terminal?
It just chimes.
Oh, all that does is chime.
It either
Okay.
chimes or opens it or locks it. Comm badges are how people talk to each other. What is it? Do you think it's the motion picture era where people have intercoms? It's so old fashioned.
He's gonna chime it again.
It chimes.
There is some rustling from the other side.
Shove
Alright,
the times in quick
alright.
succession.
Kiddick opens the door. What do you want? Oh, it's you. They rub their eyes a little bit.
Yes.
I'm on a different time schedule than you are.
Right.
Please,
Can
please come in.
that can definitely happen. And Grennan walks in.
On the desk, there's a small case with a sliver of rock in it. If I may have that, which I asked for, GM.
I plumb forgot it. Let me look it up again.
In our chat.
Yeah. Yeah, you could have that. Yeah.
So I'm just trying to remember, GM. How much of that did Joan say I should talk with Kiddick about?
Well, Kiddick's also a commanding officer. So the requirements at the top allow them to know about it, and you are allowed to speak about it.
Yeah. Okay.
But cough, cough, something, something, something.
Wait, but cough, cough, something, something, something.
Oh God, you didn't catch that. Insight security difficulty 2.
Yeah, I tried to tell you about it in the chat, but I don't think you're paying attention.
I'll spend a momentum for
Okay.
third die. Insight security.
Yep. because he's being a little coy. He was trying not to say it outright to get either of you, any of you, in trouble.
Yeah. Oh.
I would help if I knew.
You can assist with this.
What was the role?
Insight security.
Starfleet protocols.
Yes, actually.
Hey.
Not too shabby.
10 still gets it even if it's security.
If only I had a focus there.
The two of you realize that he was implying that the other thing he implied as well is that if another command officer happens to be in the room to assist one of you and they hear bits and pieces of the conversation, well, that sort of thing happens sometimes.
Right.
Cough, because the conversation was, well, I wanted to tell Penn. He's like, you probably shouldn't, but cough, cough, nudge, nudge. If he happens to be in the room or overhear the conversation somehow, then you could possibly tell him by talking to Kiddick about it. If you wanted to do that, because for some reason, it seems like a bad idea for you, Grennan, to tell Pend what you have, because somebody in Starfleet is very upset with you.
Yeah,
and they'll draw attention to you in a way you don't want.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So you both kind of come to that realization as you're both standing there like, wait a minute, we're missing something here.
Just open your comm. Oh shoot! I forgot to turn my comm badge off. Oops.
Kiddick, if you don't mind, I think there's someone else. I think there's someone else who should probably thank you for allowing me to retrieve them.
I guess he should be here, shouldn't he?
He should.
Remember that last time I saw him, he fought both of us. And I tried to drop kick him, and I hurt my hip.
I am well aware of that fact.
And my pride.
And the floor.
Yeah,
you landed on it.
But, well, let's just say he's been through the ringer, too.
Well,
if you can take some solace in that.
Well, if you can be here in 5 minutes, then yes. We have a departure in 30, so...
Okay. Oh, we gotta do this quick, then. Captain Grennan to Commander Pend.
This is Pend.
Pend, with all due haste, I need you to come over to the Athabascan.
Oh,
post haste.
Okay, any particular reason?
It'll be clear when you arrive.
Understood. I'll be over as soon as I can. Penned out.
It sounds like you're gonna have me arrest him. I thought you were more tactful than that.
Well,
while we're waiting for your
wait,
commander.
when you say he'll think we're trying to arrest him, Grennan leans in and he says, "What, should I correct him?"
No. While we wait for your pig-headed commander, Kiddick slides the case towards Grennan. A gift. Usually gift things to my guests. You can see it as a peace offering if you like.
I see.
The geology thing.
Thank you. Thank you. And he takes a look at it. Well, like, out of character, what is it?
It's a sliver of icilium.
Wow. Again, out of character, what is that?
It's an Enterprise thing.
Oh, hang on. Sliver of Icilium suspended in a small box. Wow.
It's an extremely rare, naturally occurring mineral.
Wow.
So the man I bought this from said that it came from the Archer's Comet, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, whether from Archer's Comet or not, that's rare.
Yes.
This
As a
is,
geologist, I would know.
and he taps on he lightly taps the top of the box. He says, "This is going in my ready room."
This is going on my mantle. Sorry.
Like exactly. That's basically what he said.
Also, Harmon, you can call me Gift Che if you like. We've hated each other for long enough to do that.
I'm trying to remember how you spell that. Gift Che.
Gift Che.
You insist, Gift Che.
No, kidding is fine.
But you just
You
just
may. I don't think you should, though.
okay, Kiddick. Fair enough. Fair enough. And he just lets out,
Enter.
I'll press the door chime.
even after being told to enter.
Yeah.
We don't
There's
just
a-
walk through someone's door. That's rude.
Oh,
There's a small motion detector on there's a thing on the desk. It says when people are outside of the door. Enter.
I'll head on in.
Have a seat on the couch, Commander.
yes.
Oh yeah.
I know how you like couches.
Don't worry, Commander. And Captain looks at Penn and he says, "This has nothing to do with you." And he winks.
Why can't I just
Oh,
have
Grennan
a
winking.
Why can't I just have a shore leave in peace?
Hey, if it were up to me, I'd be on my way to Argelius 2 by now. But
We had some catching up to do.
yes, catching up. So, Kiddick, I have, well, I suppose you could say new orders.
Mm-hmm.
As has been mentioned, we are going to be carrying cargo to from G6 to SB21. Is SB21
Starbase 21.
Right, Starbase 21. With supplies. The goal is to the goal of this is to supply a squadron that will be surveying for a new research base. Is that correct? Did I get that right?
Not quite, no.
No, hang on. There's a lot to this.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to remember where I'm.
Grennan takes out his pad, starts looking it over again.
Yeah, no, there's a lot to this. There's quite a few to this. Concert campaign.
I'm sorry, why am I here again?
We're here to observe, Commander.
Okay.
Okay, fantastic use of my time.
So,
You're here to sit and watch the grown up.
okay, so we will be outfitting a survey squadron that will be accompanying the Kismet. In all likelihood, under my command. Now, this is a survey squadron to survey the region. That's what it is on paper.
I can read between lines, Grennan.
We're
Which system are we invading?
We're not invading anyone. We're going to be standing against possibly the Chigo concern.
Are they the technocrats? I fail to remember.
I think that's them.
No.
No?
Insight command difficulty 2 to know this. Or you could look them up with your with the ship's computer, which would be computers plus command to assist. Command or con.
Shipboard
have to-
tactical systems.
Say again.
Shipboard tactical systems.
I'll have to say no.
A database upon our enemies. Adversaries, I'm sorry.
Where's your thing?
Shipboard tactical systems is like very specifically for operating weapon systems.
Yes. I don't have any.
And your ship assists you with that roll as well. I think it's right above your character sheet. It is, yes. Okay, good. I want to make sure I didn't hide it on you.
Can I assist or can I make a separate roll?
You can assist, yeah.
Computers. Con?
Computers command. Oh, gain a momentum.
I believe
Who
they're
are
the
these?
ones that the Andromeda have been dealing with.
Yep.
The Andromeda. Indeed.
And the short story for the concern is that they're a corporate, they're a media conglomerate that controls a civilization just outside of Federation space. They're not the government, but they are powerful enough economically that they, if not by written law, but by fact, they are the most powerful faction within their society. So they call the shots, whether or not they're in the government.
Right.
Well then.
Currently,
I'm more than happy to do this. I hate corporatism.
well, currently as it stands, the Starfleet is preparing for a potential invasion by the Chigo concern, and that's what this is for. As said, on paper, I will be leading a survey squadron. But if needed, we will function as the first line of defense against the Chigo concern. Now, there is another front that we might get pulled into, and if the reports I'm reading are right, I'm really hoping that the threat is understated or is overstated. If I'm reading these intelligence reports correctly, the Admiralty is preparing for war with the Tholians.
Well. Bummer.
To put it lightly.
Oh, bummer.
Bummer.
And how did this happen, or what group of idiots caused this?
I presume.
No.
And as a
Hey, I take offense to that.
So actually, I assume this would be in the records because I've mentioned it to other ships as matter of record.
Yeah.
So Grennan would know this.
Yeah.
Because
I don't think the Hive classified that stuff beyond the 10th anyway.
Yeah, none of that was classified because none of that was classified because it's in fleet reports and it's a big enough deal that to the Federation it's like no. It would be a bad idea to try to keep this under wraps, because keeping it under wraps would be an impossible task anyway, and it would look bad if we tried to keep this under wraps.
So,
So-
feel free to share with the class if you.
Yeah. So about 2 months ago, I think was the time, the Hadfield went to evacuate a small outpost near the Tholian border because the Tholians had recently pulled their ambassadors from the Federation, and they wanted to evacuate the station just to be safe. The Tholians attacked and effectively declared war. The Federation scrambled, put up a blockade of, at present, a little over a dozen and a half starships, somewhere in the 15 to 20 range, that are currently lining the Tholian border. The Tholians have also amassed on their side of the border. Neither side have moved, and it's a tense border standoff. But what's coming through here in this report is that the Federation is fully expecting this to turn into war.
So make sure to thank a boat of drunks. Got it.
As the captain of a tactical,
Look, it wasn't
tactical ship,
they attacked us. You can thank Tholian drunks who attacked us.
as the captain of a tactical ship, this is very concerning to me.
Yeah.
I
With
do
the
not enjoy war.
right now, with the Dominion War and the Archon incident so close in memory, I don't know if the Federation could handle something like this.
I fought in the second battle of Deep Space Nine. Wasn't great. A lot of friends died. It's very close. I don't like that there is another war brewing, or two in this case.
Right.
I will carry out my orders, but I do so under protest.
Right.
I will file a report. I will file a complaint to Commander Joan, not against you, but against the orders.
No, that's fair, and Kiddick, between you and me, I don't like that the Kismet is being prepped for war.
You're a diplomatic ship. You're the first line of defense.
Right.
Tactical comes after.
Right? And I mean, I suppose I should be remotely thankful that we're even giving a pretext of survey.
It's a thin fucking lie.
But it's he just puts a hand to his forehead, and again, he looks exasperated, says, well, it's a lie nonetheless.
As much as I hate corporatism, we could just take a vacation.
I was close. Almost got to take one.
Well,
Anyhow, so I don't foresee any trouble along our travel route to Starbase 21. But bottom line, I think it's important that you at least know the importance of this supply run and what its true purpose is.
I get it. How much cargo is it? I know our cargo, but how much cargo do you have?
Yeah, it doesn't say it in the immediate text. It might be further in
Give me
there.
insight, command, or engineering. Surprisingly, difficulty 2.
I'll do command and spend a momentum.
And anyone in the room can assist because it's going over logs that everyone in the room's aware of because you would have been told what cargo your ships are hauling. It's a matter of just doing the quick math and going, how much is that anyway? Like, how much? What are we supplying?
Right, because the document does say to supply the squadron.
Starfleet protocols as a
Yes, that would apply.
So that's 4
Uh,
momentum.
My brain forgot how to math, right? That's not good. Math's very important for a variety of things. Even
Let's-
walking
Some of
apart.
them even important.
Let's see. We'll be supplying the Tiger Squadron with 5 arrays of that.
I will say that the supplies aren't so much like you're supplying X ship or Y ship. It's you doing the math of like, well, if I were to, how big of a fleet are we supplying? Because eventually there's a point where it's like, even if you stretch this thin, that you can't supply like say 10 Galaxy classes. Like no, there's too little supply. That's just not feasible. So you're getting roughly how big a squadron you think you're supplying
Yeah.
based on what you two are hauling.
Yep. Oh, we're both hauling?
Yep.
Okay.
yeah.
It's just that they didn't tell the Athabascan that that's what they were a part of. They were just one of the ships hauling stuff from G6 to 21.
Mm.
The thing I was asking for is if your cargo is small enough to put in our cargo bay, you can take your shore leave.
That's
You just hand me those documents.
that's a really kind offer. I really do appreciate it.
Take the time off, Grennan. I can see that Penn needs it. If anything.
I mean, would we be able to fit all the... I mean, we're the bigger ship. We probably have more cargo space.
Yeah. That's the
Hey, Gredden, how about you roll for me Insight Command difficulty 1?
Gonna spend a momentum just for the rerolls.
Mm-hmm. I
know
got some
how it
momentum out of
looks
that.
bad if you refuse orders.
Hmm.
It looks bad if he refuses orders, I know.
I'm just making sure he knows that.
It wasn't my intent, but win-win.
Yep.
Yeah, because you don't know what the orders say, but he
Yeah.
should. That's why I'm pointing it out to you. It's like, yeah, you're specifically.
Oh
requesting
yeah, no. It's a touching gesture. I have very strict orders because, as I said, it's entirely likely that I'm going to be the one put in charge of this. That I'm going to be the one put in charge of this squadron, and I'm gonna need to be there when it begins to take command.
They're giving you a space station as well, like they did with Cisco.
I doubt it.
Huh.
I especially don't know because the game master hasn't told me what we're supplying yet.
Well, the Athabascan will bring stuff there, distribute as needed, and at first sign of ability, we will leave. You don't want to be in a war to begin with, unless ordered to specifically.
Believe me,
Alright.
war is... Oh, hang on. Okay. All right.
And I'll send that to you as well because you helped with the roll.
Okay. So presumably another 7 scales worth of ships.
Shit.
So presumably something like...
Oh, and Penn, you roll too. Duh.
So my best guess then would probably be... Hang on. My best guess would probably be something like a scale 3 and a scale 4 is probably my best guess.
Oh, sorry.
Either that or a scale 3 and 2 fighters, but we'll okay. So we're not outfitting a super big fleet.
Yeah, squadron is very small. It's smaller than a flotilla.
Yeah.
And
Not
much
most
smaller than a
budget.
fleet.
Yeah. So yep, that scans.
Well,
Okay. Well, as said, I thought you should be made aware of the purpose of your cargo.
I am now. Enjoy the decoration on your mantelpiece.
Yeah. This will go I think this will go really well next to the Zarkonian Treaty.
I took it with me. They don't need a copy.
He has a copy.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I
no, we
imagined.
actually we did a thing where the treaty was made into like a table of crystal, and they made a copy.
Okay, good. My joke was you took the original with you with no other copies. Yeah, we signed the treaty. You don't get to look at it anymore.
No, they made a copy of the treaty for us to take with us
Okay.
out of like crystal.
So what you're telling me is I need to break the table. Got
Steal the Declaration of Independence.
it.
Well, it's in a slab, like it's a little slab of crystal on the wall.
Ah, it's laser engraved into it.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it's like.
So what you're saying is it needs to be stolen.
Grinnin,
Preferably by Nicolas Cage.
yeah,
Why is there
Grinnin
such a-
played by Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage
Ooh.
I
So,
think we're
gonna steal the Zarkonian peace treaty.
so in the ready room,
well,
people stare at each other lovingly, go about their ways, ask more questions of each other.
do you have anything more for me, Brennan? Pen?
Yes, I do have something more for you, Kiddick. And he side eyes Pend. We don't think this will be relevant. At least I don't see it becoming relevant based on what's in this document. But in the area that that I'm likely to be operating in the near future, there was it is likely that we will be sent to the Shosku system as part of our survey capacity. This is kept deep under wraps, but recently there was discovered the wreckage of a Borg sphere submerged in one of the planet's oceans. By all records, the wreckage was destroyed in an induced antimatter explosion by the crew of the USS Andromeda. So it's likely that that wreckage is no longer a problem. But when it comes to the Borg, it always pays to be to err on the side of extreme caution.
Hard pass.
I agree with you there. But that's not something you will have to deal with. This is a matter for the Tiger Squadron.
But knowing is half the battle. I understand. When you side-eyed Penned, I thought I had something else coming my way.
Right.
And,
Well, it's whenever he
they
side eyes,
lean and look at
it's his indicator of this is something I want to tell Pend.
Sure, you can inside.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, because as it stands, I'm being told something I could have been told at any stage during the trip by my captain.
Yeah.
Roll Insight Command difficulty 2. Or Insight Security. Either way works, come to think of it.
I've got security. Because I'm feeling generous, take a threat.
Watch me use all 2 threat. Klingon burst through the room. He immediately dies.
Former operative.
Yes.
Would you like me to be more generous, GM, just for shits and giggles?
No.
Sure.
Take 2 more.
Sure.
I've got to be fair to the GM.
No,
You don't have to, bud. I'll take it.
I'll re-roll 1.
At least you got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're kind of catching what's going on between the lines. That this sounds like a conversation you're not supposed to normally overhear, and you're overhearing stuff because you notice no one's handing you the pad. You're not being brought into the conversation or being consulted. This is a commanding officers only meeting, and sometimes captains as old as time have pulled this stunt to get executive officers information that they weren't cleared for whatever reason.
Also, you
Is that
fucking
it?
drop kicked me. Apologize. Or I tried to drop kick you, and you hit me. Apologize.
That has way less power to it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to give that a hard pass because this was a waste of time. And he's going to get up and leave.
I'll deal with him. He's my XO.
Nice to see you, Grenin. Make sure he gets the fuck off my ship.
I have security staff now.
Have a nice flight. Try not to call me.
I will. Try not to call you.
Smart. Nice
Right.
save.
Exactly. And he calmly takes up the box and leaves with it.
Spineless redhead.
We cut back to the Hatfield on that.
I love you, Dominic.
Double
Love you.
double meaning, and I take the box and leave because
Taking my ball and going home.
Pend is the box.
You have the battle, the other half is extreme violence.
I am the box. Where in heaven's name is the forget?
That's probably Varder in a nutshell right there.
So after a bit of hold
I mean,
time-
yeah.
Boop.
I feel like that could be one of your values.
Knowing
Oh
how
my
the
God.
battle the other half is extreme violence. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
make that a value at some point.
So Doctor Dr. Maselli, this is the Kismet. This is what we do. This is how we are.
This is how we
Yeah.
roll.
So I'm the chief of security. Extreme violence is in my jurisdiction.
Also, knowing things.
Knowing things.
Exactly.
There we go.
Yeah, just ignore that box stuff. It means absolutely nothing.
The charter just words it slightly differently to make it more civil.
Right. Perfect.
Dr.
I didn't-
Maselli,
Get it. As a character, I would hate it. All right.
how can I assist you?
It's been too long, my friend. I'm here with Lieutenant Commander Efrix, and we've come across some very interesting pieces of data that we might want you to see. I will forward it to you now, and I assume she sends well, I don't assume. She sends over all of the data that we've organized into from the pads into a list for him to look over. As you can see, sir, it's pretty damn near incriminating.
He looks away as he seems to be reading a screen.
I didn't even really say hello. I shouldn't have started with this. I'm sorry. How are you? How are the kids?
Oh,
They're quite fine, actually. And I don't mind a bit of getting straight to the point, given that I assumed that this was not a social call, since it was priorities across from Deep Space Nine.
Well, it was not. You are correct.
Well, this is disturbing, to put it mildly. And what are your intentions with this information, other than giving it to me, of course?
I don't know. I'm sure the Federation News Network would love to read about this.
Yeah, that could be a thing to do. I'll get all the attention at once, opens the investigation up, and brings the Federation Council into it.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone wants that much attention. But I don't think conducting this investigation in secret is the right way to handle things. I was wondering, do you know any more information about this?
Well, I started, as we were talking, I was looking this over, and it seems that whoever did this, it looks like they used some of our data regarding the looks around the room. Dr. Marcelli, how much do you trust the other people in the room with you?
I'm sorry, but I have to be honest. I met them like an hour ago.
To be fair, I did bring most of this information to you.
Yeah.
Also, this information implicates that you were one of the conspirators that designed it.
And
I'm
you have
aware.
memory problems. I'm sorry, but in character, I think it makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it does.
Yeah. I will also note this may not change your opinion, but as an android, Myth is completely dependable in not telling anyone any secrets because she can't quite disobey orders. I mean, technically she could, but you know.
Yeah, she has free will, but she's inclined to not to disobey orders, unless it's
more
an
so
obvious.
than like a Vulcan.
Yeah. Well, let me put it this way: I am perfectly fine with telling you this, Marcelli. But as for your former guerrilla fighter, your accused bioterrorist, I'm not sure they should be in the room for this conversation. As
I
for
haven't been accused of anything, just being investigated.
Doctor, you should know perfectly well that when a doctor's integrity is in question, their career is in question. Whether or not you should retain your doctorate and practice medicine anywhere in the Federation is in question. And point of fact, if I open this investigation up and I find you had anything to do with this, I will see you on New Zealand before the end of the year.
Well, sir, I think it's fair to tell you I was in the original group that discussed it. I told them I wanted nothing to do with it.
It also says in this file that Marcelli sent me that you don't quite remember everything that happened.
there is a time period from when we were occupied that I do not remember what happened. That is correct.
Doctor, please forgive me, but you can understand why I'd be somewhat disconcerted by that information.
Yes, sir.
You would
But I want to be
understand.
forefront with you. I won't hide anything that I know of. I don't lie, sir.
Miss Ellie just kind of puts her hands to her face. Do you guys mind waiting outside?
It looks like the Vice Admiral was going to say more, but then he sees Miss Ellie say that, and he kind of quiets down and calms down a bit. Like, she's handling it. I'm fine. I don't have to yell anymore. He looks visibly upset. And he's trying to chill out.
This might be the most confrontational Efrix has ever been.
Yeah.
Ever.
Murder's going to give a small nod and then walk to the door and tap Efrix's shoulder like, come on.
Channel your inner parent. Fight, argue.
Does Efrix leave the room?
Regardless of whether or not you find out if I was involved or not, if you find out anything about what happened to me while I was there, I would appreciate being told, sir. And then she'll leave.
By the by, Barter, since you were the first one to leave, while you're in the room alone, more or less for like 15 seconds, the pretty Bajoran nurse behind the console looks up at you and smiles and waves at you.
Just
I'll flirt with
immediately.
her.
Blushes
Not
in
going to allow
Bajoran.
this. Oh my god.
That means it's so much less aggressive than the last person that flirted with
Yeah,
him.
no, at least he wasn't immediately turning around to clock me in the face like a Klingon, so...
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Why is this my
Dr.
life now?
Maselli, do you wish for me to leave as well?
If you would be so kind, Lieutenant Myth. If we
Of
won't
course.
be again. Thank you. Yeah, she closes the door to her office. The gold collar changed you, sir. You weren't like that before. Now what is it that you would have to say? That you have to say?
This data uses two things that point to very specific doctors in Starfleet service. One is, I don't know how much of the war, I imagine you weren't around for that bit of fiasco, but certain doctors found that the efforts of the war were far more important than their vows to harm none. So someone developed a bioweapon to commit genocide against the changeling people in the Gamma Quadrant. One of these doctors is on this list, this Dr. Naneo. However, he was found to be not responsible. He was a denying voice. He just happened to be in the same research field that covered what happened. A cog in the great bloody machine that somehow, somewhere, someone thought Starfleet Medical was meant for weapon design rather than medicine.
And the other person?
The other requires a certain level of denobulan xenoimmunology study.
So you think it's the person sitting in my sick bay?
It's not what I think or know, it's what I can prove. And right now I am wary of your association, and I'm, however, not that I'd say this to her face, and I'd rather you didn't tell her. But she has accounted for herself in service with an exemplary fashion. If she wanted to, if she was a modern day Mengda or Sung, then she would have abused the Cowcat or done any number of terrible things after the war. She hasn't. And in my experience, when people are willing to go that far to justify the ends by any means, then they tend to have that even outside of wartime. They tend to keep that with them. It's a part of who they are. So, do I think you're out of this list? Only one of them's Denoblian. Is Denoblian medicine confined to only their people? No. Any doctor could look that up. But Dr. Efrix is a modern day legend in medicine when it comes to Denoblian immunology. So if I were to be pulled on a stand and be asked who in this list is most likely to have done this, those are the two names. Because Dr. Deneo can cover the aspect of a species-wide infection vector that is very subtle and developing. So I open this up, which I'm going to. I can't abide this sort of. I can't let something what happened during the war happen again. I'm not going to let it happen again, and those responsible are going to be found. And if Starfleet Security isn't going to do it, I'm going to do it. And if they try to stop me, it's going to the council, and they will want answers. But I warn you now. Now, in your case, thankfully, you brought it to me, and that was the right call. I'm glad you did that. That means you're not party to any sort of cover-up. But this does mean for your recent medical compatriot, as it were, that this may speed her trial rather than delay it. And certain members of the council are not friendly to the Kismet currently, given various factors that are frankly petty and juvenile, but he waves. Politicians. Some forget that we have better things to do than hold grudges against each other. You'd think we'd be beyond such small things.
You're not wrong, sir. She just kind of rubs her head. I don't know how to proceed. Sorry, did I interrupt? Was there anything else?
No, I'm thinking. I'm trying to think how to best help you here, because the downside of this, of course, is those who are trying to cover this up will know they won't be able to come after me. Especially not after the Azalan conspiracy. Security on Earth is incredibly high now, so any attempt on me will be met with incredible force. However, you personally may be targeted by so-called Section 31 enthusiasts. People who think that they can do whatever they want and say that they're doing it for the Federation when they're just doing it for their own petty, vengeful ends.
What else is new?
Trunks. Yeah.
Sir, the Hatfield gets into combat. Well, let me phrase this. Sir, I risked my life more often on the Hatfield than I did during the 3 years of the Dominion War. Make of that as you wish. I'm not concerned about my own safety. I'm not concerned about idiots wearing the badge. I'm concerned about the safety of these people, and that as long as these people are out there and not brought to justice, more could die. The death toll was in the thousands for the virus on Beta Zeta. We can't let that happen again. My only concern.
And the readings that I'm seeing here looks like that the old setup is still in effect. So if we ever get into diplomatic contact with the Dominion again, and anyone who's infected comes in contact, they'll get infected, and now we're going to have a repeat. That could start another war. We'll have a disease sparking a war. All because somebody decided to poke at an old weapon. For whether it was to cause this possible conflict or to simply poke at things they don't quite understand or require the talents of the security staff rather than medicine. Well, possibly psychology, I suppose. But
Disgusting.
mm,
They tarnish the good name of medicine.
well,
Um,
there's a reason we're kept separate from everyone else, to minimize such things. If this was the Romulan Empire, we'd all be getting medals.
you're not wrong, sir.
As for what you're going to say to them, I'm willing to trust you, and I'm willing to tell you this information. But understand that despite the fact that Dr. Afrix brought this to you, and it seems as Varder did as well, and I actually owe him an apology. I looked at his file. He actually has a fairly good reputation as well. Apparently he's something of a modern-day maverick. So that was embarrassing, and I feel like I let my prejudices get ahead of me. That was untoward, so I'll write a letter to him. I think it would be appropriate. But anyway, whether or not you wish to tell them, on your conscience may it lay. I wanted to make sure that was a choice you made, and not one that I was forcing on you, because right now you've been pulled into something that I don't know if I can pull the Hatfield into, and I'm gonna get a ship over Beta Z to investigate this. I have to. If I have to pull a medical ship, a hospital ship to do it, I will. But ideally, I'd like a proper ship there. Well, not proper ship. He shrugs. But doctors are not detectives. That's not what they train us to do, except for the forensics specialists. And well, by the time the forensics people are involved, it's a little too late for them to be investigating.
Well, thank you for the information, sir. And thank you for opening up an investigation. Hopefully now we can expose the truth, and bring these people to justice.
By hell or high water, I'll make sure that happens.
And yeah, thank you, sir. I'll end the communication. And just kind of sit back in my chair. I don't know. Grab some knick-knack off of the office. Off of the desk, and just lean back and really have to ponder for a second about what I'm going to do next.
You know, like a Newton's cradle.
Yeah, I need like Cisco's baseball. And then, put it down and stand up and walk out. Dr. Efrix, could I speak to you in private for a moment?
Walk out. Efrix is kind of leaning against the wall. She's got her head in her hand. She looks up. Of course, doctor. That's kind of the card maneuver, straightens her uniform. Follows you.
So, the Bajoran militia.
Yeah.
Oh, also, if I catch the two of them flirting, I'm going to end it immediately. You're not flirting with my nurses. It's not allowed.
Says that to him.
The very uncomfortable
Barely let
security officers. It's like,
Talking to another Bajoran in Starfleet?
She barely lets that shit fly with Jueza.
I only let that shit fly with Jueza because he's the captain's friend. I have to.
Varder's just like, it's a Bajoran in Starfleet. Let me talk to her. Also, like 5 months ago, I was a Master Chief Petty Officer. Leave me alone.
God. Anyways.
Nurse Racky, you're on duty. Just remember that. And she'll close the door.
Yes, doctor. And she just goes back to work.
Yep.
All right. And the second the door closes, she lets out a deep sigh and turns to her desk. But she doesn't sit down. She kind of winds up pacing in the space behind her chair.
I feel I owe you an apology, Doctor. I knew when I agreed to allow you to talk to the brass that was a possibility of the response I might receive. I should have prepared myself better, and I apologize if I embarrassed you.
No, it's fine. I'm not worried about my reputation. Besides, he and I go way back. We'll
Regardless, I should have better control. I'm 106 years old. I shouldn't be acting like a 20-year-old.
Well, as someone who turns 30 a few months ago, no problem. Don't worry about it. I don't.
Efrix kind of smiles at you, like, "Oh, look, another baby. I should adopt you."
This a child to be adopted.
They're an adult. It doesn't matter.
I don't quite know how to tell you this, but of the two most likely suspects in this investigation, you are one of them.
I'm aware.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's nice to have it confirmed, but my history as an immunologist, especially coming from the locations and studies that I've come from, it doesn't surprise me that I would be. Add to that there is a whole chunk of time that I am missing, to which I know at least part of the time I was experimented on. I understand.
Yes, I'm just bad at lying. The other most likely answer is Dr. Leo Neoniho. And those are the two that Admiral Albrechtsen believes are most likely about this. Would you be comfortable with sharing the details of your memory loss? How did that happen? If you're not, that's...
It's not something that I've looked too deeply into after I was cleared for duty again. Probably not too long after that initial meeting. And my rejection of the idea to just shortly before Lieutenant Commander Carter actually helped in the liberation of the hospital and my personal rescue. Accounting for I never thought about how long this actually was. How long was the occupation of data? Shoot. I used to have this information.
I want to say it was like a few months because it was at the tail end of the war where they took it.
Yeah.
Let me take a look here.
Occupation.
2374.
And it was liberated at the end of the war?
No, not the book Occupation of Beta Set, the event Occupation of Beta Set.
Yeah, no. Wow. 3 attacks against the Dominion occupation forces that were repelled.
Because the Starfleet walked into a Breen wall of nope.
3 times.
Mhm.
They did it
Okay.
3 times.
With full fleets.
Okay, so
Like-
in 2374, the Dominion. Oh my god, okay. So for the full 3 years of the war.
That's
No,
the middle of the
2
war.
years.
Yep.
2 years. Yeah,
So,
2 years.
From the Battle of Beta Z until...
The Treaty of Bajor 2375.
Nope, not until the Treaty of Bajor, because they abandoned everything they held outside of Cardassian space after the Battle of Deep Space Nine.
Mhm. Yeah, I remember that from.
Which was closer to the end of the war.
Okay, so about 20 months, we'll say. A longish.
So probably. Was 8 months.
Just over a year.
It's a smack.
Total.
Okay.
I remember the first couple of months. I remember the stress we were under to perform for Dominion occupying forces. I remember the meeting. I remember a few weeks after that, and then nothing until probably a couple days before we were liberated.
So you don't remember what caused the memory loss?
No. It was suggested when I went for my psych evaluation that it was a traumatic event and that my mind chose to forget. It's also suggested that it was induced in order to keep me complacent as I was being experimented on.
By the Dominion?
By someone.
In light of recent events, I would recommend further tests. That sounds serious, and it might help prove your innocence or guilt. Is uncovering your memory loss and being able to access those memories.
It's true. I've put off attending to it as it did not affect my ability to perform as a doctor, but you're correct. Doctors often make the worst patients.
Stella just laughs. Yeah, you can say that again.
I assume in a human, from what I've studied, these things might have been unlocked through dreams, but as a Denobulan, I do not sleep most of the time. So I lack that particular venue of uncovering trauma.
Well, if you would like, I could examine you and recommend a path forward. I am trained in psychiatry, but neurobiology, especially of Denobulans, is outside of my expertise. But if you would like me to perform something off the books for you, I would be happy to.
I was not looking at Roll20.
Forgive me, Doctor, but off the books doesn't seem to be your forte. And I wouldn't want you to compromise your...
My primary concern is always with the patients, is with the health of people, and I would do whatever you've requested in order to help you as a patient.
I believe whatever is to be done should be done on the books, by the books.
I'm sorry, could you repeat? I just couldn't hear.
Oof.
Damn it, Varder.
Don't worry, I've got a medal for this.
What is he trying to do?
He was told something seems fishy.
Oh,
Don't worry about it. It doesn't immediately affect you two. Hopefully.
Legion of
Um,
Honor medal quash.
Right.
Well, she said, I believe whatever is to be done should be done above the books, by the books. I'm just wondering if I should pick a third party that hasn't been involved at all, so that no one can accuse any of us of misconduct as far as this is involved.
that might be for the best.
Not that I doubt you, Doctor, but I have 2 strikes against me. I want to give them a third one. That's how strikes work, right? There's 3.
Yeah, yes. In my experience, that's how baseball works. I've not played it though.
Brennan talks about it
Death to
sometimes.
the opposition.
Stop making me laugh. Well, if that's it, I believe you're free to leave.
I want to thank you for your help. I had never considered that they evolved the original virus from the point where you saw it. I must admit I owe you another apology. I thought perhaps you might be involved in the conspiracy. It's why I brought a security officer with me.
Oh. And you see like the color drain from her face as she puts the pieces together.
Also, he's my friend, but, it doesn't hurt. And myth is a relatively unbiased opinion to bounce a good person to bounce ideas off of.
Right. Well, you seem like a good crew.
Some of the brass would disagree.
Some of the brass would say the same thing about the Hadley. I believe in innocence until proven guilty. And if someone would go so far as to remove your memory of the events, then I think there's more to this than you turning to the dark side and committing an act that goes against the Hippocratic Oath when you already went against that idea beforehand. We only have some of the pieces to a very large puzzle, and I don't think the jury is out yet. Oh, sorry, it's a bad analogy to make here, but you know what I mean.
It's all right. Brennan is very fond of lawyer puns. Right. Well, I'm not sure that I made your life any easier, Doctor, but it was nice to meet you, and I was glad to have worked a bit with you. If
Yes.
nothing else, this is a terrifyingly fascinating case.
That is an excellent description. And it was good to meet you.
Hopefully it'll be under better circumstances next time.
Ideally.
Unless you get called to my trial, in which case I apologize also for disrupting your day in that case.
Yeah. If that happens, I will do my best to be an impartial and honest juror. I will say that much.
I appreciate it. I would expect nothing else from another doctor.
And don't worry about making my life any more busy. Not only is that impossible, but saving the lives of Federation citizens is far more important than my workload.
Is it bad
What's
that
another-
a part of me hopes that I'm responsible because I'll know how to stop it?
No, you can't think like that. That's awful.
It would be a solution.
It would be a terrible solution.
Of course, if I remember doing it, then maybe I wouldn't want to. Oh, wow, that makes my head hurt. Okay, we're not going to go down that weird line of thinking.
No.
Anyway, well, enjoy your stay on Deep Space Nine, Doctor.
You too.
I should get out of your hair.
I'll see you around.
Going out the door.
Which now is Varder kind of got a hand on his chin doing the whole stubble stroke thing. He's just looking very concerned as he thinks. Probably a look you're very familiar with.
Yep.
No glowing blue eyes, though. I didn't do that. So.
Nope.
For once.
All right, Varder.
Of all of those names, 2 of them are not Betazoid.
Mine
Mm-hmm.
and the other doctor that.
That's not what you would expect.
Hmm.
Not from a Federation world. Even Bajor, which was outside the Federation,
Well,
as an independent planet, had humans, Vulcans,
the
whatever
University of
Morn is.
the University of Beta Z was quite exclusive. They have a tendency to favor their own.
As
believe I was
students
offered
or
the-
as
Both. It was quite the selection process to be allowed to study there originally, and I believe a major reason why I was allowed the fellowship, even under the guise of Starfleet, was because I had originally studied there. Otherwise, it would have gone to, or would have been requested
Sorry about that.
of a member of Starfleet who was also Beta Z.
and every single member of that group was at the university, not taken from elsewhere on the planet. As far
To
as
the
you
best of-
remember.
Best of my knowledge, I don't remember all of them. I may not have even met all of them. Some of them could have been from parts of the university that I wouldn't have even known.
Ignoring the university as a point,
or other
2 out of
places on
19.
the planet. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, this is a pretty nifty. It's so shiny.
That's something I'll think about. And myth might be useful for if what I'm thinking is correct.
Efrix is not subtly trying to change the subject.
Yeah. That's for later.
Shall we go visit your home?
Well, I don't exactly have a house, but yeah, we can go to Bayshore.
And pretty much the moment they're out of the room, the nurse looks over to the Andorian nurse and says, "So stoic." And the Andorian nurse just rolls her eyes and
I presume
This
Myth
is why
follows
she's a
after Efrix and Barter.
Yeah, she's just been quietly tagging along.
Okay.
This is why one of you is a full lieutenant, the other one's lieutenant junior grade.
Like, I have been thinking about promoting you, but you know,
I wasn't
some of us are more professional than everyone else. That's not saying any names, just you know, it's my department. I decide who gets promoted around here.
And someone flirts with every hot guy who walks through the door.
You know, on second thought, I probably shouldn't be putting you at the terminal right in front of the door. Might also be
Yeah, maybe don't make the 41 the intake nurse.
Well,
you
you
know,
see,
that one might have been a bad call on my part.
I mean, it puts the patients at ease, maybe, unless they're awkward.
New scene. As you two are together.
Please no.
Well, you both leave the Athabascan at relatively the same time, so.
So I assume Grenon's going to meet Pend back on the Kismet.
You meet him like you catch up to him fairly quickly. Like you both leave the Athabascan roughly the same time. You're both on the station at the moment.
All right, Pend. I know.
You know what?
I know you're not happy about this.
About anything in particular?
About our orders.
And what am I unhappy about with these orders?
That I have to go informing you in such a roundabout manner.
Oh no, I don't care. You don't actually have to tell me anything. All I have to do is back you up.
Right.
You do understand that's the job, like the job title for a first officer. I am there to back you up.
Okay. I guess I'm so used to going it alone.
Well, like I said, you don't have to tell me or do any of that weird shit you just tried to pull then. You can either tell me what the orders are or tell me we're doing something and I'll do it.
Okay. I've just been... Let's just say I just got out of keeping secrets. I'm trying to avoid it where I can.
I mean, it's not necessarily a secret if it's your orders. It's not a secret if you're just with the difference between lying and not telling the entire truth. We are going on a mission. Okay, we're going in this area. Okay. That's all I need to know.
All right. Duly noted. So, on that note, how goes the unloading of personnel, and more importantly, now that I know the the context, the cargo?
Well, it was going well, but I got drawn away to a conversation I didn't need to be privy to.
Um, let's just say, even though I don't know exactly why, it was strongly implied to me that the more details you knew, the better.
Implied by who?
Commander Joan.
You're gonna want to walk that back. The suggestion was that because you suggested, "Oh, I want to tell him." He's like, "Yeah, it's probably not a good idea to tell him any of what you just read."
Oh, okay.
But he caught the wind that you wanted to. He's like, before you go just blabbing to
okay.
him directly, here's the roundabout way to do it that
Oh, all
technically
right.
is illegal. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Okay, then I will walk that back.
Yeah.
Said. Okay. Well, let's just say someone who I think has our interests at heart.
What? Who would that be?
And the captain winks at me and says, "No, I'm not gonna lie to you, but I'm not gonna tell you the whole truth."
And you get punched.
I mean, why couldn't you do that for the entire previous conversation? You wasted so much goddamn time.
Some passersby look at the commander sassing his superior officer, and some of the Starfleet people speed up. Some of the Federation people are like, "Oh, I guess that's normal," and they keep going on their way.
Here's me. Pence is gonna walk off. Here's me trying to design a fucking starship, and I get called off to pointless conversations.
Poor Pend.
What do you do?
Well, I'm going to enjoy what little shore leave I've got before we leave. Although, might be a good idea to drop by Joan and let him know that everything is in order.
So you stop by the Admiral office, the Admiralty offices, or Admiralty Adjunct's offices, because auxiliary office, I should say, because no admiral is stationed here, but their staff might need to work somewhere. Oh, Captain, he stands when you come in.
At ease. I just thought I'd check in with you one more time before we leave. I haven't seen you since, since before everything with the Calcut.
Yes, my temporary foray into being into being a fleet captain. That was not fun.
Yeah, I can imagine. But I'm glad to hear that Admiral Nea's back.
Yes, she looks forward to speaking with you about your assignment.
Right. And I suppose that it must go completely without saying, I'm so sorry about, any sort of motionally curls his right hand into a fist and sort of waves it in front of his face.
Are you challenging me to a duel?
No. I'm saying I'm so sorry for last time.
I don't follow. Sorry.
I
Yes,
stalked
he
you.
doesn't remember.
You what? Sorry.
Do you not remember?
Well, Captain Grennan, if I were assaulted by a Starfleet officer in full view of witnesses, it would be my duty to report such a thing. So if that did happen, I would have to report it.
What?
Should we go to your ship then?
Oh my god,
roll
take the
in-
hint.
Roll insight security difficulty 2.
He's
Oh.
legalizing you.
Oh.
Oh no, unfortunately. Please get this roll.
Insight security difficulty 2.
Mm-hmm.
Law focus.
Yeah, I'll take that. Joe's gotten used to doing this nonsense, especially with this fleet. Yeah, you clue in that Joan 100% knows what you're talking about. You're standing in the Admiralty Auxiliary office on a star base,
Right.
and he's like, yeah, notice, and you remember that you were never brought up on charges. He totally was 100% in the right to call you out for assault on an officer and
Yep,
conduct
okay,
unbecoming.
okay.
That's a demotion. He, for some reason, never filed that report.
Right. Okay. Yep. Oh. No, just it's nothing. I think I might be misremembering.
Oh, I see. Well, I wouldn't advise you striking officers. It's very unbecoming of an officer of your standing.
Oh, absolutely.
Downright childish, even.
Oh, so immature.
Yes.
Anyhow, I'm glad to see that you've glad to see that you're still doing well.
Yes. I'm glad you see it that way. As it stands, I'm something. You can if you want. He's in his office, so he could be calmed at any time.
Yeah, I'll comms up to him. Pen to Commander Joan.
He holds up a finger to you, Grennan. Excuse me, sir. Taps his badge. Go ahead, Commander.
So is this going to be audible so Grennan can hear it?
Mm-hmm.
Just a friendly reminder that your plans suck, and the comms will cut.
What the? Commander Joan to Commander Pend.
Pender,
What are you talking about?
well, the things we clearly didn't do previously, with very bad planning.
Oh no, that actually turned out better than I thought it was.
Yeah, not for
Although we succeeded at things that we didn't intend to, apparently.
not for the person who was behind enemy lines with no backup.
Yeah, you volunteered.
Yeah, but
You didn't have to volunteer. You could have said no. You could have sat in your little drunk tank.
Yeah, but I was expecting like a week to get stuff prepared. Not, hey, here's an idea. Go there 5 minutes later.
Well, in a perfect world, we would have had the intelligence officer fielding that one, but as you recall, we were not exactly in the most organized fashion.
Yeah, no shit. Oh, next time, don't tell my captain you think I'm dead.
Well, I did think you were at the time.
Clearly, you're not that good at your job then.
How's that? I'm supposed to liaison information to senior officers. That's literally my job.
Well, it's not. You're not doing a good job if you're giving people wrong information.
Well, that's why I have the rest of the Admiralty staff. Working with incomplete information kind of limits my ability.
God, what is it with people? Spencer's gonna cut the comms.
Oh, he's in a good mood. He says to you, Grennan.
Actually, on the grand scheme of things, that was downright polite of him.
Oh, I know. I wanted to argue with him a bit. I know I'd be insulting his intelligence if I didn't try to fuss with it.
Hmm.
Denovas don't appreciate a pushover, which
Hmm.
would you like a permission to speak freely, sir?
No.
Okay.
Who doesn't
Um,
like pushovers?
I think the GM meant to say Teller, right?
I think he did, but I'm not a Denobian.
Oh, yeah. The GM goofed on that one.
Anyhow, if you need anything at all, just call.
One thing I want you to. There's one thing I want you to keep in mind, sir.
Yes.
A wise human once said that no sensible decision can be made any longer without taking into account not only the world as it is, but the world as it will be. I know you're not going to like the orders you got, but believe it or not, when the Admiralty staff is at full, despite Penn's observations, we actually know what we're doing. And if we thought there was another way, believe me, we'd take it.
I don't doubt that for a minute.
Have a good day, sir.
And that is honestly the first time I can say that in a while. But I can finally say it.
Anything you wish me to communicate to the rest of the fleet, sir? Or anything you wish me to speak with? Any other fleets you wish me to speak with?
No. That'll do. Have a good day, Commander Joan.
Captain?
And Grennan leaves and heads back to the Kismet.
Maybe I can get a transfer, he says as he goes to sit down.
There is always room on the Athabascan.
No Starfleet service. He's had his fill. Tereshkova has tainted his experience with starships now.
I haven't forgotten.
Tereshkov is dead now. Did he open a bottle of wine or something when he heard that news?
Not really. He had friends on there. They didn't die though, so that was
Yeah,
good.
I was thinking that. We didn't lose many people at all when the Tereshkova went down.
Mm-hmm.
But for now.
Oh, hey.